Welcome to this course, where you will work on a Capstone project as a full-stack software developer. Congratulations on making it this far. At this point, you've made it through all the previous courses in the Full-Stack Software Developer Professional Certificate. In these courses, you learned about a variety of topics, including cloud computing, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, Git and GitHub, front ends with React, back ends with Node.js and Express, Python, web applications using Flask, Django and databases, containers with Docker, Kubernetes, Microservices, and Serverless. In this Capstone project, you now have the opportunity to demonstrate the skills you have acquired throughout the program. After you have successfully completed all the courses, you will receive the professional certificate. After completing this course, you will be able to create a full-stack application, develop static and dynamic pages for a website, develop containerized back-end services using Express and MongoDB, deploy microservices on Code Engine and use them, work with Django back-end and React front-end. This course is intended for anyone enrolled in the Full-Stack Software Developer Professional Certificate program and who has completed all the previous courses in the PC. You should be familiar with HTML, CSS, JavaScript, React, GitHub, Node.js, Express, Python, Flask, Django, containers, microservices, and serverless. The Capstone Project course is a 6-week course with 6 modules. In this Capstone, you will create a car dealership's review portal. The recommendation is for you to spend about 2 to 5 hours each week until you complete the project. However, you have the flexibility to complete it in a shorter or longer time frame if needed. The first module will introduce you to the project scenario. You will start by forking the GitHub repository through the link provided and cloning the Django application starter code to build your application. You will also create a few static web pages using HTML, CSS, and Bootstrap. In Module 2, you will add user management, which includes user registration, login, and logout, along with session management to the Django application with the React front end. In Module 3, you will create back-end services in JavaScript that connect with MongoDB. You will containerize MongoDB and Express Server to provide the API endpoints accessing data about the dealership and their reviews. You will also deploy a sentiment analyzer microservice written with Python, Flask, and Natural Language Toolkit, or NLTK, using the IBM Cloud Code Engine. Module 4 is all about adding dynamic React pages to get dealership details, get reviews of the dealership for all end users, and add reviews to the dealership for registered users. You will create user-friendly and aesthetic-fronted pages to present these services to the end users. In Module 5, you will implement continuous integration and continuous delivery, or CI/CD, with GitHub workflow for linting. Before moving ahead, you must ensure that your Express Mongo server is running on Docker and that the Sentiment Analyzer microservice is accessible. Then, you will provide your application with the ability to run in a container. You will also add deployment artifacts to the application so it can be managed by Kubernetes. Finally, in Module 6, you will submit the different artifacts developed in the previous 5 modules for evaluation. You will also need to evaluate at least one peer submission. There is a lot to cover here. To get the most from this course, make sure to go through the readings, complete all the hands-on labs, make sure the checklist questionnaire gets a 100% score, and submit your work and do a peer review. If you have any trouble with the course material, please don't hesitate to contact us in the discussion forum. Thank you for being part of our course, and welcome. Welcome to the Project Overview. For this Capstone project, you will assume the role of a full-stack software developer hired by Best Cars Dealership, a national car dealership with branches all over the U.S. You will create a website that provides a central database of dealership reviews across the country. You will be provided with a project scenario that requires you to develop the website and the required back-end services. Ready to see a demo of the website and the various services it will be using? Let's get started. In this project, you will use the following skills to complete the tasks: Git, GitHub, and GitHub Actions for version control and continuous integration, and continuous delivery, or CI/CD. HTML, CSS, and Bootstrap will be used to create a static homepage, About Us page, and Contact Us page for the website. React will be used to create login, registration, dealers view, reviews view, and post-review components. Python Django and SQLite for the main application backend for user management and end-user views. Python, Flask, and Natural Language Toolkit, or NLTK, for the sentiment analysis microservice. Node.js, Express, and MongoDB for the dealership and reviews service. Docker, Kubernetes, Serverless using IBM Cloud Code Engine for deploying various application components and microservices. Let us give you a sneak peek of what the application should look like. The screenshots in this video are just an example site. Your implementation might differ from this, and the site may look quite different than the screenshots you see in the next few slides. When the users come to the website, they should see the homepage from where they can click About Us to view the details and description of Best Cars dealership, and Contact Us to view the company's contact details. The user should be able to view the branches of the dealership by clicking View Dealership. The user does not need to be logged in to view the dealerships. The homepage should also provide options to log in and register. On the homepage, when the user clicks About Us, it should take them to the About Us page where they can view the details about the company, such as its mission and values, as well as introduce key members of its leadership team. When the user clicks Contact Us on the homepage, it should take them to the Contact Us page, where they can see the contact details of Best Car dealership, including emails, phone numbers, and website. On the homepage, when the user clicks the Register link, they should be taken to the Sign Up page. On the Sign Up page, the user should have the provision to provide the necessary details and register. When the users register, they should automatically get logged in and be taken to the home page. When the user clicks Login from the home page, they should see the Login panel. All the registered users should be allowed to log in using the Login panel. If the user has not yet registered, they should be allowed to use the link provided to go to the registration page and register. If an unregistered user comes to the homepage and clicks View Dealerships, all the dealerships should be listed, but the Write a Review button should not be visible to them. To post a review, the user must be logged in. When the user is logged in, a Write a Review option should be available against each dealer to write a review. The user should be able to filter the dealerships state-wise by selecting the desired state from the drop-down list. The user should also be able to view reviews of a particular dealership by clicking the name of that dealership. The dealership page should show the reviews for the dealership along with the sentiments. The users who are not logged in should not see the button to post a review, but should be allowed to view all the reviews for the selected dealer. Logged-in users should be allowed to post a new review by clicking the Write a Review button provided. When the logged-in user clicks Write a Review, they should see the panel to add the details for the review. They can add the review of the dealership, purchase date, car make, and year of manufacture, and then post the review. The review added should be reflected on the dealer-specific page, which can be viewed by users. With this, we come to the end of this exemplar demo. Please follow the instructions to complete each task and take screenshots as necessary for final submission. Let's now get started with the project. Before proceeding with the tasks, read the architecture overview to understand the various components of the process. We hope you enjoyed the demo and are looking forward to this capstone, where you will get the opportunity to build a creative car dealership's reviews website. All the best!
Welcome to this course where you will explore the aspects of generative AI for software development. If you're a software developer, your work likely involves a lot of coding or coding reviews. You would probably agree that a little help to write or generate codes and detect bugs would make the process easier. This is just the beginning of what generative AI can do for your software development activities. Since the release of ChatGPT, AI has been all over the headlines. A recent research conducted by McKinsey found that generative AI or Gen AI features stand to add up to $4.4 trillion to the global economy annually. Generative AI impacts almost all areas, from writing resumes to generating and debugging complex code just by using a few prompts. You can save time and effort, thereby increasing software development efficiency. To learn how you can do just that and more, explore this course that walks you through the many capabilities and use cases of generative AI for software development. The course is divided into 3 modules that teach you to leverage generative AI tools for software development. This course is a combination of videos, readings, and practice quizzes. Additionally, you will have plenty of demo videos and labs to help perform these in your daily tasks, and a cheat sheet to help you lock in the information when needed. You will also create a learning platform using AI on your own as a hands-on final project. So, if you're a software developer, web developer, mobile developer, front-end developer, back-end developer, DevOps professional, or just a software engineer looking to leverage AI to become more efficient and productive, this course is for you. You can also take this course if you're learning to be a software developer. Let's quickly discuss the course prerequisites. To get the most out of this course, you must understand software developer processes and knowledge of programming languages. Additionally, you will need a running computer with a modern web browser and a reliable internet connection. In Module 1, you will learn how to use Gen AI in the software development lifecycle. You will get an understanding of AI algorithms such as large language models and natural language processing, and explore the use of AI for technical help with coding and use it to generate a static website. Next, in Module 2, you'll have the opportunity to use generative AI for CI/CD and DevSecOps. You will generate architectural diagrams, leverage AI for software testing and software workflows, and explore the ethical considerations of using AI for software development. In the 3rd and final module, you will build a complete learning platform leveraging all AI tools and prompts for the final project. This will enable you to apply the knowledge you acquired throughout this course. So, there's a lot to cover here. To get the most out of this course, view each video in its entirety, go through the readings, complete all hands-on activities, and check your learning with each quiz. You can also get help in our discussion forums. We're thrilled to have you join us on this learning journey. Let's get started. Good luck!
Hello, and welcome to this video where we meet the experts. Let's hear from the experts as they introduce themselves, stating their name, job title, and the organization they work for.
Hi, my name is Paul Party, and I work for SkillUp Technology as a subject matter expert.
Hello everyone, my name is Shubhra Das. I currently work as an IT SME at SkillUp Tech.
Hi everyone, my name is Okar Litter and I'm a product manager in my current role.
Hi, my name is Michael Rudnitsky. I'm a software engineer at IBM.
Hi, I'm Ramesh Sannareddy. I work as a director at Mongo Factory.
Moving on, let's explore what experts have to say about their background, including years of experience and credentials.
I focus on creating learning content for a wide range of technology and services in the tech space. I worked as a technologist for over 30 years. I worked at Microsoft for 20 years in software engineering, user interface design, and the content space. I also worked at PayPal managing teams that worked on the user interface for the merchant side of the business. My graduate degree is in philosophy, which helped me master logical thinking, which I apply to my programming every day.
I have over 25 years of experience in IT across various MNCs. I have had the opportunity to manage diverse projects across industries such as healthcare, retail, technology, and transportation.
I've got about 15 years of experience working in IT in a variety of roles. I started as a support engineer, got into software development. I did that for about 15 years. And then I transitioned into a developer advocate, and then finally into my current role as a product manager. I have worked with multiple FANG enterprise companies. I hold an undergrad in computer science and a master's in business. This combination of these two degrees, one in computer science, the other one in business administration, helped me pick up customer-facing roles, but also that were very technical in nature.
I've been doing full stack development for a few years now, and I've been using generative AI in my day-to-day work for the past couple of years.
I consult and train in the areas of data engineering, data analytics, and AI. I have 30 years of experience in various fields of the IT industry, like software development, infrastructure management, data, and voice. I work for companies like Intergraph, GE, HCL, and Microsoft.
Generative AI is a rapidly advancing field that holds great potential in software development. This video provides an overview of generative AI and its various applications in the software development industry. At the end of this video, you'll be able to discuss the significance of AI in software development, list the use of Gen AI in software development, explain the future AI trends in software development. Generative AI refers to the use of artificial intelligence techniques to generate new code and content such as images, texts, or music that resembles existing data. Imagine a situation where you are asked to create architectures and designs. It's a time-consuming task that requires manual effort. What if we tell you that you can do this and more with AI? Yes, generative AI can be used for creating architecture and design, creating realistic synthetic data, enhancing software development, and solving complex code and design problems. Let's discuss how Gen AI is impacting software development in detail. One of the key areas where AI makes a significant impact in software development is in the field of automation. With AI-powered automation tools, you can streamline repetitive tasks, reduce manual effort, and increase productivity. Next, AI can also be utilized for code optimization. By analyzing large code bases, AI algorithms can identify areas where the code can be optimized to improve performance or reduce memory usage. This is particularly useful for complex projects where manual optimization can be time-consuming and error-prone. Another area where AI is proving its worth is in bug detection and troubleshooting. With the help of machine learning algorithms, you can train models to identify common bugs and vulnerabilities in your code. By analyzing patterns and past bug reports, these models can provide insights into potential issues before they become critical. This helps reduce debugging time and effort. AI can also assist in improving the user experience of their applications. Natural language processing, or NLP algorithms, a subset of AI, can be employed to analyze user feedback and extract valuable insights by understanding user sentiment and preferences. This data-driven approach ensures that the end user's needs are met more effectively, leading to higher customer satisfaction. In addition to these practical applications, AI can also augment your creativity. Generative models such as generative adversarial networks, GANs, can be used to create new and innovative designs for user interfaces or generate realistic test data. Further, by adopting AI-driven automated code generation, you can expedite the prototyping process, enabling quick iterations and refinements. This helps to swiftly explore different design possibilities, detect potential issues early on, and enhance collaboration among teams, encouraging innovation, and design user-centric solutions. Next is code refactoring. It helps analyze code and identify areas for improvement in software development projects. AI-powered code refactoring systems suggest refactoring strategies such as code restructuring, variable renaming, duplicate code removal, or applying design patterns to enhance code quality and maintainability. Last but not least, you can utilize AI-powered smart documentation generation systems to analyze code, comments, and related resources. These systems automatically extract relevant information, generate descriptive documentation, and provide contextual explanations for code snippets, functions, and modules. Generative AI has the potential to revolutionize software development in various ways. Some anticipated impacts include efficiency enhancement. Generative AI can automate time-consuming tasks such as data generation or design exploration, enhancing development efficiency. Creative collaboration. Collaboration between humans and generative models can lead to novel creative outputs by combining human expertise with machine-generated ideas. New application domains. As generative models advance, they will unlock new possibilities in domains not traditionally associated with software development. Enhanced natural language processing. Natural language processing, NLP, helps understand and process human language more effectively. In the future, we can expect NLP to become even more sophisticated, allowing developers to interact with their code using natural language commands. Rise of low-code/no-code platforms. Low-code and no-code platforms have gained popularity recently, allowing users to build applications with minimal coding knowledge. In the future, these platforms will become even more advanced, and developers will be able to leverage AI-powered tools to build complex applications using intuitive graphical interfaces, reducing the reliance on traditional coding methods. Explainable AI. As AI becomes more prevalent, there is a growing need for transparency and explainability. Explainable AI aims to address this concern by providing insights into the decision-making process of AI models. Intelligent assistants. Intelligent assistants like chatbots have already made their way into various industries, but their potential in software development is immense. In the future, intelligent assistants will be more advanced, assisting developers throughout the entire software development lifecycle. Ethical AI development. As AI continues to evolve, ethical considerations become crucial. In the future, we can expect a greater emphasis on ethical AI development practices. Developers will need to ensure that their AI systems are fair, unbiased, and respect privacy using robust frameworks. In this video, you learned that generative AI refers to the use of artificial intelligence techniques to generate new code and content, such as images, texts, or music that resembles existing data. Gen AI is used in automation, code optimization, bug detection, enhancing user experience, augment creativity, code refactoring, and smart documentation. In the future, AI will help efficiency enhancement, creative collaboration, new application domains, enhanced natural language processes, no-code platforms, explainable AI, intelligent assistants, and ethical AI development. Welcome to Leveraging Generative AI in the Software Development Lifecycle. After watching this video, you'll be able to discuss the role of AI in the Software Development Lifecycle, SDLC, use AI for requirements gathering, identify the use of AI in design and architecture, explain the use of AI in intelligent code generation, describe the use of AI in testing and quality assurance, summarize the use of AI in DevOps and continuous integration. You know that the Software Development Lifecycle, SDLC, has certain phases. Let's quickly list them. Requirements gathering and analysis, design, development, testing, deployment, maintenance. Let's now discuss how AI can be applicable in each phase. In the requirements gathering and analysis phase, AI helps automate user requirements analysis and identify patterns or trends in large data sets. Next, in the design phase, AI provides recommendations for optimal software architecture and generates design documentation based on historical data or best practices. Further, AI helps automate repetitive code tasks in development. Also, it helps in code review by identifying potential bugs or vulnerabilities. Similarly, in testing, AI helps automate test case generation and execution, reducing the effort required for manual testing. Additionally, AI can analyze code changes and automatically identify areas of the system that can impact and allow for targeted regression testing. In the deployment phase, AI assists in automating deployment processes, ensuring consistent and error-free deployments. It also helps monitor the deployed software's performance and alert you for abnormalities or issues. Finally, in the maintenance phase, AI helps to analyze log files and user feedback to identify patterns and predict potential issues before they occur. It also provides recommendations for code optimizations and suggests fixes for reported bugs. Now let's explore a few areas where AI can extend help in the SDLC process and understand its role and capabilities in detail. With the emergence of artificial intelligence AI technologies, it has become possible to leverage AI techniques for more effective requirement gathering. One way to achieve this is by applying natural language processing (NLP) and machine learning (ML) in requirement analysis. NLP allows you to extract meaningful information from natural language requirements, making it easier to understand and document user needs. It also identifies patterns and trends that would otherwise be difficult to detect. Furthermore, AI tools can automate the process of requirement validation. These tools can automatically check requirements against predefined criteria and identify potential inconsistencies or errors to improve quality. AI technologies also help enhance the design and architecture to enable informed decisions by analyzing large amounts of data and identify design patterns that have proven successful in similar projects. By leveraging AI algorithms, you can optimize system performance and scalability, resulting in more efficient and robust software systems. Additionally, AI-based design patterns and frameworks provide reusable solutions to common design challenges that help analyze existing software systems and extract best practices. By incorporating AI-based design patterns and frameworks in your projects, you can save time and effort while ensuring high-quality designs. Code generation is a fundamental software development process. Traditionally, you write code manually based on the requirements and design specifications. However, AI-assisted code generation techniques involve machine learning models to predict and generate code snippets based on existing code bases. These models can analyze patterns and structures in the code base and generate syntactically correct code aligned with the project's requirements. They also assist in code completion and suggestion. This speeds up the coding process and improves code quality by reducing the likelihood of errors. In addition to code generation and completion, AI-powered static analysis tools enhance code quality. These tools use AI techniques to analyze code for potential bugs, vulnerabilities, or violations of coding standards. Next, testing and quality assurance are critical aspects of software development to meet user expectations. AI helps automate testing where machine learning algorithms are used to generate test cases and then execute them, and compare the results with expected outcomes. This process saves time and increases test coverage. Furthermore, machine learning algorithms help defect prediction and prevention. By analyzing historical data from previous projects, these algorithms can identify patterns that indicate potential defects or areas of high risk. AI-based techniques for test case generation and execution offer another avenue for improving testing efficiency. The following essential aspect of the software cycle is DevOps. DevOps processes aim to streamline software delivery by integrating development and operations activities. Integrating AI and DevOps processes enables automated decision-making. This helps minimize human error and ensures that the software releases are optimized for performance and reliability. Moreover, AI algorithms can assist in intelligent release management by predicting the impact of a proposed release on system performance. With this, these algorithms can estimate the potential effects of a release. This allows you to make informed decisions regarding release scheduling and resource allocation. Applying machine learning techniques for continuous monitoring and optimization is another area where AI can add value to DevOps processes. It helps to improve performance, reliability, and user experience. In this video, you learned that AI helps in all aspects of the software development lifecycle, including requirements gathering and analysis, design, development, testing, deployment, and maintenance. Natural language processing, NLP, and machine learning, ML, helps to analyze requirements. AI technologies also let you enhance the design and architecture to enable informed decisions by analyzing large amounts of data and identifying design patterns that have proven successful in similar projects. AI-assisted code generation techniques involve machine learning models to predict and generate code snippets based on existing code bases. AI helps to automate testing, where machine learning algorithms generate test cases, execute them, and compare the actual results with expected outcomes. Integrating AI and DevOps processes enables automated decision-making based on real-time data by analyzing data from various sources. AI offers endless capabilities and models to support them. One of them is the Large Language Model, LLM, which has emerged as a language understanding powerhouse. Let's uncover the extraordinary potential of these AI marvels. At the end of this video, you'll be able to define large language models, discuss the role of large language models in software development, explain the use cases for large language models in software development, list the limitations of LLMs, discuss the future trends of LLMs. Large language models, LLMs, undergo extensive training using deep learning techniques on massive data sets containing text from various sources like books, articles, and websites. This training equips LLMs to recognize language patterns, allowing them to produce coherent and contextually relevant text. LLMs excel in natural language processing, enabling them to perform tasks such as text generation, translation, summarization, sentiment analysis, and question answering. Their ability to comprehend context, semantics, and language nuances empowers them to generate responses that closely resemble human communication, making them valuable for complex language-related tasks. Let's take a look at a few popular large language models. GPT. OpenAI's Generative Pre-trained Transformer, GPT, is perhaps the most widely known LLM. It powers the explosive AI chatbot, ChatGPT, and Microsoft also uses GPT-4 to power its Bing chat platform. Lambda. Lambda was created by Google and powers Google's conversational chatbot, Bard. Llama. This is the LLM used by Meta AI. Meta recently released an open-source version of Llama, known as Llama 2. Claude. Developed by the AI company Anthropic, Claude is a next-generation LLM that powers Anthropic's conversational chatbot by the same name. The advancements in large language models, LLMs, have paved the way for their significant role in software development. Let's discuss this in detail. LLMs help in code generation and auto-completion. LLMs aid programmers by generating code, analyzing existing code bases, and suggesting code completions. This reduces manual effort, speeds up coding, and helps generate repetitive code, saving developers time. It is great for automated bug detection and fixing. LLMs automatically identify code bugs by analyzing syntax and semantics, providing issue detection, and suggesting fixes based on their programming language understanding. This automation reduces debugging efforts and enhances code quality. Further, it serves as a natural language programming interface to enable communication with code using plain English or other natural languages. This enhances code accessibility for non-technical stakeholders by providing an intuitive way to express intentions. It also improves productivity by aiding in code generation, bug detection, and natural language programming interfaces. This streamlines development, cuts manual work, and allows programmers to focus on higher-level tasks like problem-solving and innovation. And finally, it can help access expert programming knowledge. LLMs have extensive training on vast programming datasets, providing developers with access to expert programming insights. This resource empowers developers to enhance their understanding of programming concepts, industry best practices, and standards. Let's take a deep dive into its capabilities. The first one is generating code templates and snippets. LLMs produce code templates and snippets based on specific requirements, aiding developers to create code structures swiftly and save time on repetitive tasks. Next is assisting with documentation and comments. LLMs analyze code functionality to generate documentation and comments, enhancing code readability and simplifying code maintenance for other developers. Then, it's facilitating automated testing and quality assurance. Large language models automate testing by creating test cases and validating code against predefined standards, ensuring software quality and reducing the need for manual testing. And finally, it's the supporting collaborative coding environments. LLMs encourage collaboration among developers by suggesting improvements during code reviews and pair programming, fostering teamwork and knowledge exchange. Let us explore the importance of maintaining a balance between human expertise and machine-generated code. To begin with, it is the ethical considerations and bias detection. LLMs inherit training data biases. Detecting and mitigating these biases is crucial to prevent unfair outcomes. Followed by ensuring the security and privacy of the codebase, LLM usage must consider codebase security and privacy to protect against unauthorized access and misuse. Next is handling complex programming scenarios. LLMs excel in natural language but may struggle with intricate programming contexts. Careful evaluation is needed for suitability in specific use cases. Last but not least, balancing human intervention and machine-generated code. Achieving the right balance between human expertise and machine-generated code is essential. Caution is required when relying solely on LLMs to avoid errors and unintended consequences. As large language models, LLMs continue to transform the realm of software development, ongoing advancements, and integration efforts. Let's take a look at fast-moving trends. Ongoing research seeks to enhance large language models by improving model architectures, training methodologies, and fine-tuning techniques. Integration with integrated development environments, IDEs, is being explored to provide developers with convenient access to LLM-powered features. Large language models are expanding into specialized domains and programming languages to cater to developers' specific requirements. Collaboration between developers and LLMs will continue to evolve, with developers guiding LLM output throughout various software development stages. Let's summarize what you've learned. LLMs are trained AI models that recognize language patterns, allowing them to produce coherent and contextually relevant text. ChatGPT, Lambda, Llama, Megatron Turning NLG, and Claude are a few LLMs. LLMs help in code generation and auto-completion, automated bug detection and fixing, serves as a natural language programming interface, and improves productivity. LLMs can generate code templates and snippets, assist with documentation and comments, facilitate automated testing and quality assurance, and support collaborative coding environments. LLMs have limitations around ethical considerations and bias detection, security, and privacy of the codebase. Complex programming scenarios, and balancing human intervention in machine-generated code. Welcome to Natural Language Processing and its Significance. After watching this video, you'll be able to discuss natural language processing NLP and its components, list NLP libraries and tools, explain NLP functionalities, describe the use of NLP in software development, summarize the ethical implications of NLP. Natural language processing NLP involves using computational techniques to analyze, understand, and generate human language. It combines aspects of linguistics, computer science, and artificial intelligence to process natural language data. NLP techniques enable computers to perform sentiment analysis, named entity recognition, text classification, machine translation, and more. Let's look at a few vital aspects of NLP. First, linguistics concepts. They form the foundation of NLP. They include morphology, study of word structure, syntax, study of sentence structure, and semantics, study of meaning. Next is the text processing and cleaning techniques, an essential step in NLP. It involves transforming raw text data into a format suitable for analysis. And then, tokenization and stemming. Tokenization is the process of dividing text into similar units called tokens. Tokens can be words, sentences, or even characters. Stemming is a technique that reduces the words to their base or root form. It helps in standardizing words and reducing the vocabulary size. Let's list a few common NLP libraries and tools. They include IBM Watson, Alien, Google Cloud NLP API, NLTK, the most popular Python library, Monkeylearn, Amazon Comprehend, Stanford Core NLP, TextBlob, Spacey, and GenSim. Now, let's look at a few NLP use cases in software development. First, analyze sentiments and text. Sentiment analysis is the process of determining the sentiment or emotion expressed in a piece of text. NLP techniques can analyze sentiment by assigning polarity scores to words or phrases and aggregating them to determine the overall sentiment. Next, implement sentiment analysis algorithms. There are various approaches to implementing sentiment analysis using NLP techniques. These include rule-based methods, machine learning algorithms such as naive Bayes or support vector machines, and deep learning models like recurrent neural networks or transformers. Also, extract named entities from text. Named entity recognition, NER, identifies and classifies named entities in text to predefined categories, NER techniques extract named entities using patterns, rules, or machine learning algorithms. Building NER models. NER models use supervised or unsupervised learning approaches. Supervised learning involves training a model on labeled data, while unsupervised learning relies on patterns and statistical techniques to identify named entities. Additionally, to understand text classification algorithms, text classification is the task of assigning predefined categories or labels to pieces of text. NLP techniques are used to develop text classification models. Next, to implement text classification models, text classification models is built using various NLP techniques such as feature extraction, bag of words, TF-IDF, word embeddings, word-to-vec, GLOVE, or deep learning architectures like recurrent neural networks or transformers. To facilitate machine translation, NLP techniques play a crucial role in machine translation as it enables computers to understand and generate human languages. Also, to implement machine translation models. Machine translation models use phrase-based or statistical machine translation or neural network-based approaches such as sequence-to-sequence models with attention mechanisms. To build chatbots. Chatbots are computer programs that simulate human conversation. NLP techniques enable chatbots to understand user queries, generate appropriate responses, and maintain a conversational flow. Techniques such as intent recognition, entity extraction, and dialogue management build chatbots, and then design conversational agents. Conversational agents are advanced chatbots that can engage in more complex conversations. They use NLP techniques to understand context, handle ambiguity, generate coherent responses, and provide personalized user interactions. Text processing. NLP techniques can pre-process and clean textual data before further analysis or processing. This involves tokenization, stemming, removing stop words, and spelling correction. Named entity recognition, NER. NER techniques help to extract the named entities such as names of persons, organizations, locations, or dates from text data. Text classification. NLP techniques enable software applications to categorize text into predefined categories or labels automatically. This can be useful for tasks like spam filtering, content classification, sentiment classification, and topic modeling. Chatbots and conversational agents. NLP techniques are used extensively in building chatbots and conversational agents. NLP enables tasks such as intent recognition, entity extraction, dialogue management, and context understanding. Information extraction. NLP can extract structured information from unstructured text data. It can benefit applications like resume parsing, news aggregation, or data mining. Summarization. NLP techniques help to generate summaries of large text documents or articles automatically. NLP technology raises ethical concerns about privacy, bias, fairness, transparency, and accountability. Ensuring fairness in algorithms is important to prevent discrimination. Responsible use of NLP involves addressing ethical considerations throughout the development lifecycle. This may include obtaining informed consent for data usage, ensuring transparency in how algorithms make decisions, regularly evaluating models for bias or discrimination, and providing mechanisms for user feedback and recourse. In this video, you learned that NLP, or natural language processing, involves using computational techniques to analyze, understand, and generate human language. Common NLP libraries and tools: IBM Watson, Alien, Google Cloud NLP API, NLTK, the most popular Python library, Monkeylearn, Amazon Comprehend, Stanford Core NLP, TextBlob, Spacey, and GenSim. NLP is also used to address privacy and bias concerns, ensure fairness in algorithms, address ethical considerations, obtain informed consent on data usage, and provide a mechanism for user feedback.
Hello, and welcome to this Expert Viewpoints video. Let's hear from experts as they discuss a few examples of how generative AI enhances the software development lifecycle.
Generative AI is increasingly being used in the software development lifecycle to speed up processes and make certain tasks more efficient. For example, AI can help in code generation by automatically writing code snippets based on input requirements, reducing the time developers spend on repetitive coding tasks. It can also assist with bug detection by scanning the code for potential issues and offering solutions. In addition, AI tools can streamline the testing phase by automating test case generation, which helps identify and fix problems faster.
In my opinion, generative AI is not a replacement for software developers, for application developers, for testers. However, it's a really important and vital tool that can be used to increase your productivity. A good example is GitHub Copilot. In a recent project that I was involved in, this tool really helped the junior developers and our interns on the team write methods, classes, and functions faster by using the suggested snippets based on function's intent. They were able to write out in English what they wanted the function to do and get GitHub Copilot to give you an initial place to start off.
We can use GenAI for code generation. We can use it to debug the code that we write. We can also use it to write test cases for the code that we have written. This is the place where developers usually get a little lazy. So we can use it for places where developers are not very keen. Most developers are very keen in writing code, but not the same keenness we find it in writing the test cases. So I have seen a lot of improvement in the test case writing after we started using Gen AI.
Software developers are using it to assist with everything from software architecture to evaluating code for security enhancements and bug fixing. When I'm developing new software, I use generative AI to create basic functions and methods, design data classes, and evaluate whether I'm applying best practices. And I also use it to debug software when I write. Generative AI can be used in just about every stage of the software development lifecycle. It's kind of like a pair programmer. It helps you with design, authoring, and even troubleshooting.
One more use of Gen AI is sometimes we get a code base in a language which is not very popular these days. And then we just want to migrate that code to a new language. So Gen AI has been invaluable when we were faced with these kind of scenarios. So you give it a code, let's say a shell script, and you ask it to rewrite that as a Python code. Or you just give it a C++ code and you want the Java code.
AI can also be used in early bug detection. For example, Deep Code flags potential errors in code by analyzing similar patterns in various projects available in the open source world on GitHub and other version control systems. An example that I have in mind is somebody caught a possible null pointer exception in a new feature using Deep Code, saving a lot of time that would have been wasted on debugging if that wasn't caught. Finally, there's also this big field of automated testing, where tools like Testim can generate and execute test cases, unit test cases, integration test cases based on user flow.
What are some of the common Gen AI tools and technologies used in software development?
There are a lot of Gen AI tools and technologies available out there. You've probably heard of a couple of big ones. For example, ChatGPT. ChatGPT is a tool that can help with all sorts of generative AI tasks. Common one that comes to mind is generating documentation. So if you give it a piece of code, you can get back formal doc strings, but also documentation that you can put up on your site.
Tools developers use are OpenAI's ChatGPT, Anthropic's Claude AI, Microsoft's Copilot, and Google's Gemini. And these products are used to converse with the generative AI technology to get assistance on every aspect of software development and troubleshooting. Because these tools are conversational, developers can work with them as they would any other developer. They get feedback, refine code, and they get help with issues and bugs.
Some of the common tools, for example, are ChatGPT is probably the most well-known.
There's similar tools like Claude by Anthropic, which I find pretty cool. For example, if you want to build a UI, you can just prompt Claude with a few sentences of what you want to build, and it will write some JavaScript code with some HTML and kind of render it for you right there, so you can see exactly what it looks like. Oftentimes it does a pretty good job, actually. It's been trained on a lot of apps with best practices, and it's pretty good for generating just boilerplate UIs in that way.
There may be many tools, but I have used these tools. One is from Microsoft, that is the Copilot. Other one is ChatGPT, and also Bard from Google.
Microsoft's GitHub Copilot can actually be integrated with software development tools like Visual Studio and Visual Studio Code. This integration helps developers to chat with the AI tool right in the software development environment, and the tool has awareness of the code they're writing. Developers also can highlight code blocks and ask GitHub Copilot for feedback on the block they've highlighted.
Some common generative AI tools and technologies used in software development include GitHub Copilot, which uses AI to suggest code as you type, and OpenAI Codex, which helps with code generation and translations between different programming languages. Other tools like Tab9 provide AI-powered code completion, making coding more efficient and reducing errors during the development process. These tools enhance the developer experience and help streamline software development workflows.
Welcome to Leveraging AI for technical help and best practices on design patterns and architecture. After watching this video, you'll be able to explain how to leverage AI for technical help, implement design patterns to AI-driven approaches, discuss how AI helps to develop software architecture, summarize the future trends in AI for software development. In the dynamic world of software development, artificial intelligence is a game changer, reshaping how developers code, design, and innovate. From automating code completion and bug detection to crafting software architectures, AI is poised to revolutionize the development process. Let's see how it drives efficiency, fostering innovation, and redefining the future of software creation. To begin with, let's understand how AI can be leveraged for technical help. Starting with AI-powered code completion tools, which help inaccurate coding and code suggestions, leading to time savings and improved coding accuracy. Next, AI for automated code review and bug detection helps to assess code quality, spot potential bugs, and recommend enhancements, ensuring higher code quality and fewer bugs. And finally, AI techniques for code refactoring and optimization to improve quality and performance. AI, particularly machine learning and natural language processing, can scrutinize code patterns, identifying redundant or inefficient segments, and propose refactoring solutions. This optimizes code-based maintainability, readability, and performance. Let's now learn how to implement design patterns with AI-driven approaches. AI can be a big help when it comes to design patterns in software systems. Machine learning algorithms can analyze the code and pick out patterns that match specific design patterns to provide consistency to software systems. These approaches help to achieve quality. Let's discuss a few use cases to understand this. Use case 1. Imagine you're building a web application that needs a connection to a database. You want to ensure there's only one instance of this database connection class across your app. Now, what do you use? In such cases, you use a singleton design pattern. With AI, you can create a class that represents the database connection and use algorithms to decide when and how to create an instance. AI considers factors like how many users are online or the current server load. This AI-driven approach guarantees a single database connection instance, which, in turn, improves your application's performance and scalability. Let's take another use case. Use case 2. Now, let's say you're developing a chat application where users can send messages. Here, you can use AI to implement the observer's pattern. You can create a class for the chat server and employ AI algorithms to handle observer registration and notification. AI can analyze message content using natural language processing, deciding which observers should be notified based on specific keywords or topics. By using AI for this pattern, you automate the process of notifying observers, reducing manual coding work, and enhance your application's ease of maintenance and flexibility. Now, let's explore how AI and architecture converge to redefine the boundaries of possibility. Leveraging AI for software architecture helps in understanding how AI can transform design, modeling, analysis, and decision-making. So, how do you use AI for software architecture? Well, you start with generating high-level architecture from code. Traditional outside-in methods can be limiting in understanding software architecture. Code containing reliable insights into the system structure, dependencies, and patterns. By training AI models like GPT on architectural patterns and best practices, architects can tap into AI's capabilities to generate innovative architectures. This approach widens the scope of design possibilities. Also, use AI for real-time architecture updates to improve collaboration and feedback within software development projects. This dynamic view allows architects, team leads, and stakeholders to closely monitor the progress of architectural implementation throughout the development process. Further, you can also leverage AI for architectural decision-making and optimization. Architectural decision-making considers performance, scalability, security, and maintainability. AI techniques come to the forefront in this context, providing insights into the trade-offs between different architectural alternatives. These insights are based on historical data and simulations. Last but not least, you can use AI to visualize architecture by analyzing code and leveraging existing architecture diagrams. This process allows AI to create precise diagrams that accurately depict the interconnections between systems and provide a comprehensive understanding of the architecture. These diagrams serve to highlight critical aspects, including the degree of coupling between systems and the identification of potential issues, such as overly granular distribution of microservices that lead to a complex web of inter-service calls. In the ever-evolving landscape of software development, the future promises a multitude of advancements driven by artificial intelligence, AI. Let's explore further the future trends that will shape the next generation of software development. You are already aware that AI-driven tools and platforms are set to support developers by automating tasks, generating prototypes, and architecture designs. Then, the quantum computing integration. The integration of quantum computing into software development may begin. Quantum computing can solve complex problems unattainable for classical computers, potentially revolutionizing fields like cryptography, optimization, and simulations. Next, extended reality XR. Virtual reality VR and augmented reality AR are expanding beyond gaming and entertainment. Expect more XR applications from immersive training simulations to enriched customer experiences as developers tap into XR's potential. Next, AI as a service. Cloud-based offerings provide developers with access to AI tools and services, eliminating the need to build their infrastructure. Finally, the explainable AI. Innovatives will focus on making AI systems easily understandable by humans to enhance transparency and accountability. In this video, you learned that AI-powered tools help in code review, bug detection, and code refactoring and optimization. Machine learning algorithms can analyze the code and pick out patterns that match specific design patterns to provide consistency to software systems. AI is used to generate high-level architecture from code, provide real-time architecture updates, architectural decision-making and optimization, and architecture visualization.
Hello, and welcome to this Expert Viewpoints video. First, let's hear from experts as they share their thoughts on leveraging generative AI, or Gen AI, for automation and software design.
AI is increasingly used for automating parts of the software design process. AI-powered tools can analyze requirements and generate design patterns that align with best practices, making the initial phases of design more efficient. AI helps developers automate tasks such as user interface design, code structure, and system architecture suggestions. By leveraging AI for automation, teams can reduce manual errors, increase design consistency, and streamline the development process.
The power of generative AI is in its ability to converse with the developer. Unlike a search engine, a developer can prompt the tool with a description of what they want to accomplish in a software solution. The tools can create descriptions of logical flows that show how data will move through an application, what operations the developer needs to create to process data, and how to manage classes, functions, and other operations. AI tools can also generate code blocks, which can save the developer a lot of time in harnessing their application with the best structure they'll need.
One use case of leveraging AI is basically analyzing similar projects, right? So you have tools like OpenAI Codex that can generate sample code for typical architecture. For example, if you have an MVP or MVVP, or if you have the 3 or 4 tier web projects, you can essentially tell it to generate this from scratch, and it'll use the knowledge it's been trained on to do that for you.
We use GenAI to create UI UX designs. We use it to do rapid prototyping. That is, I have a client visit and then I just want to show something which is working, which is similar to the actual application. So we can develop rapid prototypes using GenAI. It also helps us to check if the right design patterns are being used. When I ask a developer to do something, a developer may or may not know the right design pattern. With GenAI, we mostly get it right all the times.
AI can help you with tasks like if a support ticket comes in, you can analyze what the problem is and pair it with other support tickets in the system. Another useful use case is generating transcriptions for a video. And then you can even take that transcript and translate it to a variety of other languages. Those are things that would have taken hours of manual labor to do before.
For organizing code, there are many tools available. Refactor.ai helps you streamline code organization. So for example, if you give it a repository, it'll go through all of the different files, it'll detect and refactor repeated code blocks, improving readability and performance. I've used Codex in a project before to suggest REST API patterns that different teams used in my company. So that way it was not only well structured, but it was also consistent between the different teams.
Let's hear how GenAI can be leveraged to create architectural diagrams.
There are tools like Diagram GPT and Leonardo AI that developers can use to convert natural language descriptions into architectural diagrams that they can build and improve on.
Generative AI can assist in creating architectural diagrams by analyzing project requirements and suggesting relevant design patterns or structures. For example, tools like Lucidcharts and Microsoft Visio can integrate AI features to help auto-generate system or network diagrams based on inputted data. This allows software architects to visualize the entire system structure, make necessary adjustment, and ensure that all components interact correctly.
There are also some tools like Plant UML that you can integrate with your CI/CD pipeline. So as developers are changing code, it can regenerate and update these diagrams on the fly.
Welcome to AI for Coding and Development. At the end of this video, you'll be able to explain how to use AI to write codes, discuss how to use AI for bug detection, identify the use of AI for technical support areas where AI can be leveraged for technical support, describe how to use AI for code generation and code completion, summarize the use of AI in intelligent error detection and technical documentation, list the popular AI coding tools. One of the most common challenges developers face is the need to write long and complex lines of code. This can often lead to errors and inefficiencies. These errors are common because writing code requires manual intervention. While these systems may seem normal, imagine their impact on huge production systems. For instance, consider the following code snippet in Python. Typically, These codes should include import statements in Python for referring to libraries. It's easier to type in import statements and make it effective in small code snippets. Imagine manually typing import statements for production-level code with hundreds of Python scripts. Instead of manually typing out the entire import statement and variable assignment, what if an AI-powered code completion tool suggests the relevant code based on the context? This saves time and reduces the chance of making syntax errors. Another area where AI can benefit is bug detection and debugging. AI algorithms can analyze code and identify potential errors or bugs that might cause unexpected behavior or crashes. For example, let's consider this code snippet in JavaScript. An AI-powered bug detection tool can detect the potential division by zero error in the divide function and suggest fixing it. This can help you catch and resolve bugs more efficiently, saving valuable time during debugging. AI is used to improve the efficiency of technical support by leveraging natural learning processing (NLP) techniques. NLP allows computers to understand and respond to human language, making it easier for developers to seek assistance. For instance, many software development platforms now incorporate AI chatbots that can understand and respond to developers' queries. These chatbots use NLP algorithms to interpret the user's questions and provide relevant technical solutions or suggestions. Here is an example of a conversation with an AI-powered chatbot. How can I convert a string to uppercase in Python? You can use the upper parentheses method to convert a string to uppercase in Python. Here's an example. By utilizing AI-powered chatbots, you can get instant technical help without the need to search through extensive documentation or wait for human support. Additionally, AI is beneficial in providing automated code suggestions. AI-powered tools analyze the code base and suggest improvements, bug fixes, and optimizations. These suggestions can help write cleaner and more efficient code, reducing the likelihood of errors and improving overall productivity. Imagine a badly written piece of code as shown. AI tools can help you format, optimize, and write the code snippet better. Here's an example of an automated code suggestion using AI. Based on the given code, the AI shares the rest of the code. Another area where AI can be beneficial is in error detection. AI algorithms can analyze code in real time and identify potential errors or bugs. Here's a piece of code that shows intelligent error detection using AI. When running an AI tool, it will help you detect that the code is throwing an error when attempting to divide by zero. Technical documentation plays a crucial role in software development. AI-powered natural language processing (NLP) algorithms can simplify technical documentation by summarizing complex concepts and providing easy-to-understand explanations. AI algorithms, including machine learning models, are trained on vast code repositories to learn patterns and suggest code completions based on partial inputs. Tabnine, an AI-powered tool, lives inside your IDE and gives helpful suggestions in real time as you write code. Example: when you parse this code with Tab9, the comments are generated automatically using AI. Natural language processing (NLP) techniques can generate code snippets based on high-level descriptions or user queries. NLP models are trained on large code repositories and accompanying documentation, allowing them to understand the intent behind code generation requests. With NLP, you can express requirements in plain language and receive accurate code snippets as outputs. Here's an example of using Codex by OpenAI for code generation based on natural language prompts. Now let's explore some popular AI coding tools and assistants. ChatGPT is a well-known AI tool that responds to questions, challenges ideas, and rejects inappropriate requests. It is used for various coding tasks, including writing and debugging. CodeT5 is an AI tool that can generate code based on prompts, translate code between languages, and summarize code. IBM watsonx Code Assistant is powered by IBM's Granite Foundation models, including state-of-the-art large language models designed for code. It aims to help IT teams generate high-quality code using AI-generated recommendations based on natural language requests or existing source code. OpenAI Codex is an intelligent code completion tool supporting multiple programming languages. Tab9 is an AI code completion tool that suggests full functions and lines of code based on syntax. It learns from coding patterns to provide accurate suggestions. GitHub Copilot is an AI pair programmer and integrates with popular code editors. In this video, you learned that AI is used for writing codes and bug detection. AI is used to improve the efficiency of technical support by leveraging NLP techniques like chatbots. AI is used for automated code suggestions, completion, and generation. AI-powered natural language processing, NLP algorithms, can simplify technical documentation by summarizing complex concepts and providing easy-to-understand explanations. AI algorithms, including machine learning models, are trained on vast code repositories to learn patterns and suggest code completions, and generation based on partial inputs. ChatGPT, Code T5, IBM Watson, OpenAI Codex, and GitHub Copilot are popular AI coding tools. AI is transforming the way that we write code, and there's no clearer evidence of this than GitHub Copilot. Trained on vast amounts of code from various programming languages and repositories, GitHub Copilot serves as your virtual coding partner, providing valuable suggestions to expedite the coding process. In this demo video, we will demo GitHub Copilot to showcase its ability to recognize coding patterns and significantly reduce development and debugging time. It's not free though, starting at $10 per month. You can try it out with a free trial, but you'll need to sign up for a GitHub account and provide payment details. It's essential to cancel before the 30-day trial period ends to avoid being charged. You can go to GitHub Copilot's site and start your 30-day trial. Copilot itself does not have a GUI. To get started, you'll need to install the extension for your code editor and sign in using your GitHub account. In this demo, we will use VS Code. Once you open the VS Code, you can head over to Extensions and then search for Copilot. Make sure to install the Copilot extension and not the other related ones. Once installed, Copilot would prompt you to authenticate yourself using GitHub. In VS Code, you can press Ctrl-I to bring up the Copilot prompt at any time. Let's generate some functions and code. Let's say we want to write a function to find the min and max of an array. All we need to do is write the prompt, and the code will be automatically generated for you. You can also accept or discard the suggestions. Next, let's say we are tasked with writing an API to call the weather API. Once we write the prompt, the code is generated automatically for us. Most of the time, you will observe that the general boilerplate template is generated first before it can be refined. You can accept or discard the suggestions as usual. If you want the explanation on how this code is written, you can use the /explain prompt. You can bring the Copilot prompt and select /explain, which would explain how each piece of the code is written in a documentation manner. Now, let's use some useful utilities. Assume you are creating a constant of all time zones. It's not easy to remember all the time zones, but Copilot is of great help here. You can start with a comment on what you expect in the code. When you initialize the variable, the Copilot starts suggesting all of the required time zones based on initial prompts. For example, when you start GMT or America, the Copilot will fill in the rest and you can press the tab to accept the suggestion. Now, let's use Copilot for some heavy lifting. Let's generate an HTML template to help a front-end engineer get started. The prompt can be as simple as generate HTML template, and a boilerplate template will be generated for you. You can accept the suggestions. If you need to add beautification, you can prompt Copilot to add Bootstrap to it. You see that a local path to the Bootstrap has been generated. Copilot also shows you what has been added in the code. You can go further and prompt Copilot to add the online CDN path, which will be done automatically in the code. Copilot can also be used to debug and troubleshoot code. For example, given this JavaScript code, you can see that the bug in this code is that the loop in the calculateAverage function starts at index 1 instead of index 0. We can ask Copilot to find the bugs in this code, provide suggestions to fix the code, and accept the suggestion. Copilot shows you the comparison between the before and after code for you to evaluate. You can see how GitHub Copilot enhances your coding speed, code quality, and helps in troubleshooting the software development process. Welcome to Generate Static Websites using Generative AI. After watching this video, you'll be able to discuss the significance of using AI to generate static websites, explain AI procedural process to generate a static website, list the AI tools used to build static websites. Think of AI in web development as your interior designer. Rather than laboriously selecting each piece of furniture and decor, the designer intuitively grasps your style and transforms your space into a harmonious and aesthetically pleasing environment. Likewise, AI streamlines website design, delivering a polished and visually appealing online presence with minimal manual effort. These websites promise swift loading, heightened security, and simpler maintenance than dynamic sites, where expertise in HTML, CSS, and web design principles are necessary. You can use innovative tools to transform website development and explore their capabilities in crafting the digital landscape. AI web builders harness the process of AI to streamline website design, offering an array of features that redefine the traditional approach to crafting a digital presence. Let's discuss the main features of these tools. AI Website Generator tailors websites to preferences using AI. AI Logo Maker helps swiftly craft professional logos. Text Generator produces top-notch content such as product descriptions, landing pages, and blog posts. Additional features provide SEO, image optimization, and security measures. With project details, users can generate tailored websites, with some platforms offering extra AI-driven tools for content creation and logo design, expediting the process. AI's transformative capabilities have reshaped the landscape in website development, empowering developers to craft static websites swiftly and intelligently. AI transforms static website creation, learning from user input to autonomously generate HTML and CSS codes. Let's explore how AI's procedural process generates static websites. To start, developers share preferences, guiding AI with text or visuals. Next, AI interprets inputs, understanding color schemes, layout, typography, and features. Then, AI constructs site designs, producing HTML and CSS reflecting user choices and preferences. Further, AI tools help developers review and customize the design to modify the layout. The code optimization comes next. AI streamlines code, enhancing the performance and loading times of the static website. Finally, developers export the generated code and deploy it to the web hosting platform to be accessed by users. Now, let's look at some advantages of AI-generated static websites. Time-saving benefits emerge as AI eliminates manual coding, reducing development time and empowering developers to focus on diverse aspects of web development. AI ensures uniform design standards across website segments by analyzing patterns and adhering to predefined design principles. Enhanced productivity is a byproduct as AI handles repetitive tasks, enabling developers to accomplish more in less time. Accessibility improvements are inherent as AI-generated sites adhere to accessibility standards, promoting ease of navigation and interaction for users with disabilities. Tailoring options persist despite AI generation, allowing developers to customize code, modify layouts, and integrate external tools as needed without compromising the benefits of AI-generated code. AI-driven web creation offers learning opportunities, enabling developers to experiment with diverse design approaches and broaden their skill sets. When assessing the drawback of AI-generated websites, several limitations come to light. Let's discuss them. Standardization issues arise, as the layouts from AI website builders often appear similar and lack a sophisticated touch. Limited control over the output is evident in some AI builders, potentially resulting in generic-looking websites with minimal customization options based on the limited input. Let's list a few popular AI tools. GPT, Generative Pre-trained Transformer 3. OpenAI's GPT, a powerful language model, specializes in natural language processing, but can also generate HTML and CSS code for static websites based on users' cues. Teleport HQ is a collaborative front-end platform with integrated UI development and content modeling tools. A powerful visual builder to create and publish your headless static websites instantly. Visily is a popular wireframe tool that swiftly transforms screenshots, templates, or text prompts into editable AI-powered wireframes and prototypes. FramerX, an AI-driven design tool translating visual designs into production-ready code for interactive static websites. Wix ADI, Artificial Design Intelligence, an AI-driven website builder autonomously designs static sites by analyzing user preferences for layouts, color schemes, and content. Webflow, a visual web development platform merging AI technology with a drag-and-drop interface, enabling the quick creation of responsive static websites. Sketch to React, an AI plugin for Sketch converting designs into neat HTML and CSS code for static websites, reducing developers' workload. Shopify provides a user-friendly website and AI text generator for product descriptions, headings, and queries. Jimdo offers an AI editor for personalized site building, and Dolphin, an ADI website builder supporting responsive designs, SEO, image integration, and external tools for chat, forms, and language translation. In this video, you learned that AI streamlines website design, delivering a polished and visually appealing online presence with minimal manual effort. AI transforms static website creation, learning from user input to autonomously generate HTML and CSS code. AI helps to eliminate manual coding, ensures design standards by analyzing patterns, handles repetitive tasks, promotes ease of navigation, and helps to modify layouts. Some common AI tools for website building are GPT, Teleport HQ, Visily, FramerX, Wix ADI, Webflow Sketch to React, Shopify, and Jimdo. Teleport HQ is a collaborative product which can let you generate websites quickly. Teleport HQ has many products to choose from, including website builder, static website templates, low-code development, etc. In this demo video, we will showcase the AI website builder. In Teleport HQ, you'll find the AI website design generator that automatically creates a website with a responsive layout from a single prompt that you give to ChatGPT. Within seconds, the AI builder will generate all the necessary sections. You can then make edits in Teleport HQ's visual editor or export the code to use in your own project. Teleport HQ is free for limited usage. You can build, share, and publish your products. One free project lets you invite unlimited collaborators, utilize free templates, and make use of free code export of the output. Let's see the AI website builder in action. Once you open a workspace, you will find many options. Select Generate with AI option from the landing page and click on Start Building. Write a short description in the ChatGPT prompt. For this demo video, we will use the prompt, "I am a software developer. Help me create a personal portfolio website which showcases my resume, my accomplishments, personal projects, GitHub projects, and my technical skills." Wait for the sections to be generated. These are general sections which will be generated for all websites and can be edited and removed later. You can now change the layout based on requirements, whether it is mobile or desktop. You can now make edits in the proposed layout and design. You can also choose to change the colors and edit any CSS elements. In this case, we have chosen to delete the pricing section. Preview the site on the browser, and make any edits as necessary. You can then publish or export the AI-generated code. Another solution that is showcased here is Visily. Visily's suite of collaboration tools lets you work on flowcharts, wireframes, prototypes, and more with your entire team. Visily's sketch-to-wireframe AI can convert your hand-drawn sketches of an app or website into editable wireframes. Open a board in Visily, then open Sketch-to-Wireframe AI. Drop the photo of your sketch into the dialog. In this demo video, we will select an existing sketch which has been uploaded earlier. After uploading the sketch, you can select whether you want your output screen to be mobile or web. You can also add more elements and enhance the prototype. You can change the layout and positioning of the output. The design can now be exported to a PDF, PNG, and many other formats for collaboration and reference. You can see how by using AI, developers and designers can work more efficiently, develop innovative ideas, and generate and preview prototypes to enhance the development process. In this demo video, we will explore some of the AI tools for automated diagram builder for architecture and design. Chart AI. Chart AI is an AI-based diagramming application designed to help professionals easily create high-quality sequence diagrams, Gantt charts, user journeys, ER diagrams, flowcharts, mind maps, pie charts, class diagrams, state diagrams, and Git diagrams. Chart AI is intended to supercharge planning tasks by utilizing AI technology to optimize timelines, adjust charts, identify dependencies, and generate layouts automatically. The tool is described as a co-pilot for diagramming tasks and is ideal for individuals or companies looking for a fast, efficient, and reliable means of generating professional quality diagrams or charts. Let's use Chart AI to create a sequence diagram. All we need to do is use a prompt to create a diagram. In this case, we will give a prompt to create a sequence diagram for a user login system. Once the prompt is submitted, the tool will generate a diagram as per requirements. Chart AI works on credits. A new registration is provided 3 credits to start with. Further credits can be bought for a monthly subscription or one-time purchase. Another tool to look for is ChatUML. ChatUML is an AI-assisted diagram generator that simplifies the creation of complex diagrams. This tool uses cutting-edge AI algorithms to generate clear, accurate, and visually appealing diagrams quickly and easily. ChatUML also helps generate diagrams that are compatible with PlantUML and Mermaid.js. In this case, we will use a prompt to generate a diagram for a user registration system to use with an online e-commerce website. Once the diagram has been generated, you can further add prompts to add elements to the diagram for an EXA database. Eraser. Eraser is a docs and diagrams platform for engineering teams. Eraser enables developers to create docs and diagrams at the speed of thought via a minimal UI, keyboard-driven flows, markdown, and diagram as code. You can use the Eraser UI, specifically Create with AI, to generate many types of architecture diagrams. In this case, we will use the inbuilt examples to create a cloud architecture and a sequence diagram. Once the diagram has been generated, it can be saved, shared, and edited. You can also use ChatGPT to generate diagrams. ChatGPT will be able to create text compatible with Mermaid.js. You can then use Mermaid.js online editor to visualize the diagram. Let's consider a cloud-based file storage system that can interact with a mobile app. You can describe such a system to ChatGPT and ask it to generate a picture. For example, the prompt can be the following. The output can now be copied over to the Mermaid.js online editor to visualize the diagram. You can see how easy it is to use generative AI to create diagrams to help the software development process. Welcome to Introduction to CI/CD using AI. After watching this video, you'll be able to define the significance of AI in CI/CD, discuss the role of AI in CI/CD, identify the challenges of moving from the traditional CI to an AI-driven CI, list a few AI-enabled CI/CD tools and platforms, explain a few scenarios where AI is used in software development, explore the future trends and considerations of using AI in CI/CD. Let's begin by recalling what CI/CD is. CI/CD is an acronym for Continuous Integration and Continuous Development or Deployment. It is a method to frequently deliver applications by leveraging automation. Now, imagine a software development team incorporating AI-driven testing tools into their CI/CD workflow. As they make code changes, these AI tools autonomously recognize the most crucial test cases, drastically reducing testing time and manual effort by maintaining high software quality. This integration not only expedites the development process, but also enhances overall productivity and efficiency in delivering reliable software. Let's discuss the important areas where AI is reshaping CI/CD processes. The first area is automated testing and quality assurance. AI-driven testing tools automate the testing process, ensuring software quality by identifying issues. Next, code analysis and optimization. AI tools, employing machine learning algorithms, detect patterns and code issues, and recommend optimizations for better code-based performance and maintenance. They enhance code quality, security, and adhere to coding standards, leading to higher quality code and faster delivery cycles. Next, AI helps in software deployment. Predictive analytics powered by AI revolutionizes software development in CI/CD pipelines. By analyzing historical data and environmental factors, AI models predict deployment risks, enabling proactive issue resolution and optimizing deployment strategies for efficiency. Further, AI facilitates intelligent release orchestration. AI-driven release orchestration tools intelligently schedule software component deployments, understanding dependencies and resource constraints. They adapt to changes such as scaling resources based on demand or rolling back deployments if anomalies are detected, ensuring smooth deployments across different environments. Continuous monitoring and feedback. AI-based monitoring tools instantly detect abnormal behavior and security threats, enabling proactive issue resolution and ensuring system reliability. Additionally, AI analyzes user feedback for insights that aid future feature deployment and enhancements. Embracing a potential of AI in CI/CD confronts challenges, and yet, there is an array of AI-enabled CI/CD tools and platforms that help in software development. A few of them include Jenkins, an open-source automation server known for its CI/CD capabilities. IBM Watson Studio WS and Watson Machine Learning WML offers DevOps automation for ML workflows. CodeFresh utilizes AI for intelligent caching and predictive scaling, enhancing the development process. GitLab CI/CD seamlessly integrates with version control for streamlined CI/CD management. PagerDuty AIOps leverages intelligence and automation to aid engineering teams in incident response. Harness uses AI to revolutionize software release processes through automation and analysis. Snyk incorporates AI and ML for automated security testing and vulnerability management. Dynatrace's Davis AI, an automated engine assisting in managing complex IT environments. Let's look at a few examples where AI-driven tools help in software development. Let's take a scenario where a development team integrates an AI-driven tool into their CI/CD pipeline. What difference can AI bring here? The AI analyzes new code changes, automatically creating comprehensive test cases, reducing manual effort, and enhancing testing quality. In another scenario, employing AI, an organization predicts potential build failures in their CI/CD pipeline. Here, AI helps to analyze historical data and identify failure patterns, alerting teams beforehand for preemptive actions and smoother software delivery. Now let's explore the evolving trends for improved decision-making within software development. In the future, you will see AI-driven operationalization. Monitoring and observability solutions now integrate advanced AI capabilities to enhance understanding of application performance and behavior. These solutions furnish valuable information that can influence continuous delivery, as CI/CD solutions integrate with diverse data sources to anticipate application or service defects, report such information, and take necessary actions as a part of the CI/CD process. Next, AI will elevate delivery of health insights. AI and ML techniques correlate metrics with business objectives, providing deeper insights into application release quality. Including explainable AI features clarifies decision rationale, enhancing AI/ML model utilization within the CI/CD pipelines. Automated verification. AI and machine learning techniques like natural language processing and pattern recognition empower users to swiftly and accurately analyze data from various CI/CD tools. Integrating AI/ML accelerates software verification and introduces scalability, facilitating automated decision-making in the delivery pipeline. In this video, you learned that CI/CD is used to deliver applications using automation. Some of the common AI-enabled CI/CD tools and platforms that help in software development include Jenkins, IBM Watson Studio WS, and Watson Machine Learning WML, CodeFresh, GitLab CI/CD, PagerDuty AIOps, Harness, Snyk, Dynatrace's Davis AI. In the future, AI will help to achieve AI-driven operationalization, elevate delivery health insights, and automate verification.
Hello, and welcome to this Expert Viewpoints video. Let's hear what AI experts have to say on Gen AI and software security.
Generative AI can assist in ensuring software security by detecting vulnerabilities early in the development process. AI-driven tools can scan code to identify security risks, suggest fixes, and even generate secure code snippets automatically. These tools can also monitor patterns to detect unusual activity, helping to prevent potential security breaches. By automating these tasks, generative AI helps developers build more secure software with fewer manual checks.
First, I think developers can use generative AI tools to help them write code that adheres to tested and proven secure software patterns. These tools can create basic code blocks that adhere to these patterns, which the developer can then build on. They also can use the tool to evaluate the code they write, to analyze it for security flaws and recommendations to improve the code to make it more secure. Most generative AI tools enable developers to upload whole code files so that the tool can evaluate entire classes and how data flows through a program. This can help the developer find and fix security flaws. Finally, I think the tools can be used to evaluate the response for an API or data model to evaluate it for any flaws or bugs. This can prevent security issues down the road.
Security can never be an afterthought. Security is important all through the SDLC cycle. GenAI can help to check if best practices are being followed in the code or not. One of the very popular exploits that hackers use is buffer overflow. We can ask GenAI to check if this code can be used for vulnerabilities like a buffer overflow. You can also ask GenAI to check if there are any other potential vulnerabilities in the code that we are currently developing or reviewing. Another area that we can use GenAI is we can use it to generate test data to test the security of our code. We may not have the real-life data for all the scenarios to test our application, but you can ask GenAI to generate that test data, and you can use it to test the security of the code.
AI tools, there are various out there that integrate with your GitHub /GitLab other version control repositories. So as and when you start checking in code, you can run certain AI algorithms, certain AI models to not only detect but also patch vulnerabilities before your code is deployed. There's also this whole concept of threat modeling. So threat modeling with AI involves simulating potential attacks. For example, Darktrace AI models attacks on your systems, identifying weak points that you may not have considered. Finally, again, going back to your CI/CD pipeline, that's probably something developers are most concerned about and familiar with. Tools like Aqua Security AI can alert developers of risk, code breaches, open passwords, and things like that early on in your SDLC and in your project.
Next, let's learn about the best practices for integrating generative AI into software development workflows.
I think this is more of a continuous process. So as GenAI advances and more of GenAI comes into our tools like IDEs, we will have to continue this integration work. As of now, what we do is we start with a small project and then we apply all GenAI practices into it. We apply these learnings into bigger projects. So we use it for code generation, documentation, bug fixing, and we also use it to make sure that this is extended to our DevOps, that is the CI/CD pipelines.
Developers can use tools like GitHub Copilot to assist with code and integration and deployment on GitHub. Using GitHub Copilot for code generation as well as deployment can create a powerful environment for the full software lifecycle. Companies like OpenAI also have an API that developers can use to automate code evaluation and generation. For example, a team could write a script that automates sending code to OpenAI's model each evening, have the tool evaluate the code for issues and make recommendations, and have that feedback ready for them the next day.
So first is, there are a lot of different tools. So it's nice to have either one tool that does everything or an integration where you can plug in these tools into your CI/CD pipeline. Right. So as a developer, you probably spend a lot of time in your IDEs like VS Code. So their GitHub Copilot is a good choice. You can install it as an extension, and it has access to all of your files in your workspaces and can help you write code. Similarly, other tools can be integrated, like vulnerability assessment and reporting on your patches, etc., can be leveraged and integrated into your CI/CD pipelines.
In my opinion, some things to keep in mind if you're integrating AI into your workflow as a developer is that it's not a silver bullet for everything. It's not going to be able to do your entire job for you. It's really good with narrow problem spaces, like retrieve data from the database with these certain criteria. It's very easy to get these tools to hallucinate and come up with things that just don't work. And so it's very important to kind of use it as a pair programming assistant by your side rather than expecting it to be able to do your entire job for you and write excellent software out of the gate.
While integrating generative AI into software development workflows, it's important to start small by automating repetitive tasks like code generation, testing, or documentation. Best practices include ensuring that AI-generated outputs are regularly reviewed by human experts to maintain quality and continuously monitoring the performance of AI tools. Additionally, establishing clear guidelines on when and how to use AI ensures that it complements the team's workflow without causing confusion or over-reliance on automatic processes.
Welcome to Generative AI for Security in Software. After watching this video, you'll be able to define the role of AI in software security, discuss the integration of cybersecurity and AI, list the applications of AI in cybersecurity, explain threat detection and prevention using AI through use cases, summarize how to leverage AI for behavioral analytics and anomaly detection, discuss a few shortcomings of AI in cybersecurity. If you use email, you will be aware of spam emails. Well, it's not just a risk for you, it's something your email provider is worried about too. You will be amazed to know that many email providers use spam filters powered by AI. Through machine learning and AI algorithms, it learns to recognize email patterns that could be harmful or unwanted. As you use your email, the system continuously adapts, improving its ability to keep spam and phishing emails out of your inbox. AI is instrumental in enhancing online security by identifying and preventing potentially malicious content from reaching you, making your digital experience safer and more secure. Understanding the landscape of early AI adopters provides a pivotal foundation in the broader context of AI integration in cybersecurity. Gmail has utilized machine learning for 18 years, extending this technology through deep learning for autonomous adjustments in various services. IBM increasingly relies on its Watson cognitive learning platform for knowledgeable consolidation and employing machine learning in threat detection. Baalbek Security Cloud employs AI-driven observations for continuous real-time risk predictions, risk-based vulnerability management, and proactive breach control, enhancing cybersecurity efficiency. Juniper Networks is developing an economically feasible, self-driving network, leveraging AI, machine learning, and intent-driven networking to address current network challenges. The AI adopters serve as a lens into the diverse applications and innovations, propelling the field forward and laying the groundwork for a deeper exploration into the practical implications of AI and cybersecurity. Let's explore a few key AI applications. First and foremost, AI enables automated code reviews that help spot potential security flaws in early development, enhancing security measures. Next, AI drives static application security testing, or SAST, that scans source code accurately, minimizing false positives and focusing on real threats. AI also leverages dynamic application security testing, DAST, to simulate attacks and identify runtime vulnerabilities, adapting testing based on earlier findings and evolving threat landscapes. Further, AI offers intelligent threat modeling, which includes designing and reviewing systems to understand security threats, aiding quick adaptation to evolving threat landscapes. Additionally, AI helps prioritize vulnerabilities based on severity, aiding efficient resolution. AI-powered user and entity behavior analytics, or UEBA, detects suspicious activities during development, enhancing the security of the development process. Next, AI's predictive analytics foresee future threats by analyzing data and trends, enabling proactive security measures. Also, AI-driven natural learning processing (NLP) tools analyze security documentation and ensure security considerations in development documentation. Next, AI uses automated patch management to ensure timely and consistent software updates. Finally, AI-powered security chatbots assist developers with real-time security guidance and queries. In addition to all of these, AI is extensively used for threat detection and prevention. Let's learn about it in detail. Consider a scenario where AI-driven code analytics detects a vulnerability during development. Let us explore a few applications of AI in such cases. They include the following: real-time threat detection with AI that monitors system behavior, identifying anomalies for swift threat responses. Machine learning is used for threat identification, where algorithms learn from data to spot known and unknown threats preemptively. AI also uses proactive breach prevention to analyze patterns to fortify defenses against potential threats. Let us look at a few case studies to discuss how AI adapts and fortifies defenses against emerging risks. Darktrace, a leading AI vendor, utilizes machine learning and cybersecurity software to assess network traffic. This facilitates the establishment of typical user and device behaviors within the organization. By incorporating expert inputs, the AI software swiftly identifies significant deviations in user conduct, promptly alerting the company to potential cyber threats. Microsoft's Cyber Signals program uses AI to analyze 24 trillion security signals, 40 nation-state groups, and 140 hacker groups to detect malicious activity and software-related weaknesses. According to Microsoft's report, the Cyber Signals program blocked over 35.7 billion phishing attacks and 25.6 billion identity theft attempts on enterprise accounts. Let's see how AI-powered user behavior analytics identify abnormal activities within software systems, helping address potential security risks before they escalate. Let's start by exploring the practical applications of analytics in software security. For instance, IBM's Watson platform exemplifies AI's advanced cybersecurity conditions, using cognitive learning to automate threat detection by combining computer and human intelligence and reducing security incidents. Next, understanding user behavior analytics with AI enables insights into normal user behavior, identifying abnormal activities, and signaling potential security threats. And finally, detecting anomalies in software systems. AI's anomaly detection capabilities empowers organizations to identify previously unseen threats or irregularities within their software systems. Let's discuss them. First, AI has limited resource intensity. However, organizations require substantial resources, including data, storage capacity, and computational capabilities. Next, AI lacks data prerequisites. Security firms need diverse anomaly and malware datasets for AI system training. Acquiring precise data can be a resource-intensive and challenging task. Further, AI drives cyber intrusions. Cyber attackers harness AI to elevate malicious software, posing significant threats due to its potential for evolving into sophisticated attacks leveraging AI capabilities. In this video, you learned that AI helps security systems adapt to new attack methods, spot potential risks, and allow for proactive security measures. To eliminate risks, AI offers code reviews, vulnerability testing, threat detection, modeling, and automated patch management. AI helps to automate threat detection, understand user behavior, and detect anomalies in software systems. AI continues to evolve with high resource intensity, less cyber intrusion, and eliminating neural fuzzing. Welcome to popular generative AI tools for security and software. After watching this video, you'll be able to discuss AI code generation and security, list a few secure coding tools, explain a few security enterprise platforms and solutions, describe an illustrative case identifying security issues in ChatGPT-generated code, summarize the best practices to implement AI security tools. Integrating AI code generators presents promising efficiencies and looming security concerns in today's software development landscape. Did you know that phishing attacks accounted for 15% of reported IBM data breaches in 2023, employing social engineering tactics to deceive individuals and access sensitive data? Hackers can harness these AI-driven tools for malicious purposes. Inadequate validation of user inputs by AI-generated code can lead to SQL injection, cross-site scripting (XSS), or similar injection attacks. Similarly, reliance on outdated or vulnerable third-party libraries and AI-generated code poses security risks. Also, malicious data injection during AI model training or misleading inputs can lead to model poisoning or adversarial attacks. Poorly optimized AI models or code may excessively consume computational resources, making them susceptible to resource exhaustion attacks. And so, in light of the critical need for strong security measures in software development, leveraging secure coding tools becomes important. Let's look at a few of them. First is the Quiet AI Pre-Zero platform that integrates security into CI/CD pipelines and development tools, providing rapid feedback to identify and address high-priority code vulnerabilities. Next, you have Snyk Code tool that quickly analyzes code, offering actionable insights and static analysis results to assist engineers in addressing code issues efficiently within their workflows. Further, GitHub Advanced Security simplifies vulnerability detection and offers autofix suggestions for code scanning alerts, aiding developers in resolving vulnerabilities without leaving their workflow. Veracode Fix suggests remediations for security flaws in code and open source dependencies, leveraging Veracode's proprietary datasets. Next, Endor Labs introduces DroidGPT, a chatbot helping developers select secure and updated open source components for their projects. Further, Microsoft Security Copilot assists security teams in investigating and responding to security incidents. Burp GPT is a Burp Suite plugin that uses GPT to analyze HTTP requests and responses. And finally, Escalate GPT identifies privilege escalation vulnerabilities using GPT in misconfigured identity access and management (IAM) policies for AWS. In the world of cybersecurity, cutting-edge AI technologies exist to strengthen endpoint protections. Let's explore them in detail. The first one is Sophos Intercept X. It's an endpoint protection solution that employs deep learning technology to identify and respond to threats. Next is Symantec Endpoint Security. It's an AI-powered tool that features machine learning. It identifies vulnerabilities and takes preventative measures before they result in damaging attacks. Further, you have Splunk User Behavior Analytics, which focuses on user behavior. It also establishes a baseline for different user activities and can recognize potential breaches by detecting differences in user behavior. Also, the Vectra Threat Detection and Response tool utilizes behavioral analytics to identify and stop threats across different environments. It uses hundreds of metadata elements to detect attackers and minimize false positives. Next is the IBM QRadar Advisor with Watson, which includes QRadar Advisor with Watson and automates Security Operations Center operations. Watson analyzes anomalies and offers root cause analysis without human input. Over time, QRadar Advisor provides increasingly helpful advice on improving security, helping companies stay protected from emerging threats. Let's look at a scenario that emphasizes the critical importance of caution in ensuring code security despite meeting functional requirements. In a hypothetical example, let's say you requested ChatGPT to produce a Java application for logging user-provided inputs to a standard logger. As anticipated, ChatGPT swiftly generated code that fulfills the prompt's functional requirements. An observer with a focus on securing coding will identify an issue in the code produced by ChatGPT. While it satisfies the prompt functional requirements, the code contains a security vulnerability that is the weakness capable of being exploited as shown. Logger.info, user input plus user input. This scenario underscores a critical issue. If the code generated by ChatGPT meets functional standards but is plagued by vulnerabilities, essentially emulating the flawed code it was trained on, it introduces risk and necessitates time-consuming remediation efforts, ultimately negating the initial time-saving and productivity benefits. Let's look at the benefits of AI-assisted coding. Begin by understanding your organization's specific requirements and goals for AI-assisted coding. Identify the coding tasks where AI can provide the most value before exploring and evaluating available AI tools and platforms. Next, pay close attention to their features, security track record, and compatibility with your existing tech stack. Look for an AI coding assistant that provides security, offers regular updates, and has a strong reputation for addressing vulnerabilities promptly. Ensure that the chosen AI tools comply with relevant regulations and industry standards, especially if your software deals with sensitive data. Further, also define and implement coding standards and guidelines that the AI code generation tool should adhere to when generating code, and continuously monitor and assess the quality of code produced. Implement version control systems to track code changes, and regularly back up your codebase to protect against accidental data loss or corruption. Develop clear incident response procedures outlining how to detect, evaluate, and respond to security incidents related to AI-generated code. Conduct regular incident response drills to ensure your team is well prepared to handle AI-related security incidents. In this video, you learned that the integration of AI code generators in software development presents an innovative boundary, yet the inherent security concerns necessitate a proactive approach. Secure coding tools and advanced cybersecurity solutions are required to secure coding practices. Sophos Intercept X, Symantec Endpoint Security, Splunk User Behavior Analytics, Vectra Threat Detection, and Response Tool, and IBM QRadar Advisor with Watson are a few platforms to detect threats. Quiet AI Pre-Zero, SNCCode, GitHub Advanced Security, Veracode Fix, Endor Labs, Microsoft Security Copilot, Burp GPT, and Escalate GPT are a few secure coding platforms. Welcome to Generative AI for software testing. After watching this video, you'll be able to describe how to leverage AI for software testing, explain how to use NLP for automated test case generation, discuss a few use cases of using AI for software testing, list the best practices for using AI in software testing. AI techniques offer innovative solutions to address the challenges faced in software testing. These techniques leverage machine learning algorithms, natural language processing, and intelligent automation to improve test data generation, test case generation, test execution, and analysis. By harnessing the power of AI algorithms, you can enhance the accuracy and coverage of your testing efforts. These algorithms learn from existing datasets to generate new test data that is diverse and representative of real-world scenarios. Furthermore, with machine learning algorithms, you can analyze the collected test data and identify patterns and anomalies. This analysis helps in identifying potential defects and areas of improvement in the software under test. By leveraging machine learning algorithms, testers can significantly reduce the time and effort required for test data generation and analysis. You already know that manual test case generation from software requirements can be time-consuming and error-prone task, so automation is the key. Natural language processing (NLP) techniques can automate this process by automatically extracting relevant information from textual requirements and generating test cases. With NLP algorithms, you can understand the semantics and context of requirements, enabling them to generate accurate and comprehensive test cases. For example, an NLP-based system can parse a requirement document and identify keywords, entities, and relationships between different components. Further, it can then generate corresponding test cases that cover all the identified requirements. This automation not only saves time, but also reduces the risk of missing critical requirements during the test case generation process. Let's discuss a few use cases of using AI for software testing. Starting with test data generation, which is an essential aspect of software testing. AI-based techniques employ various strategies like machine learning to generate diverse and representative test data. One such strategy is data synthesis, where AI algorithms analyze existing data sets to generate new data points that are similar to observed patterns. This approach ensures that the generated test data accurately represents the characteristics of real-world data. Next is automated test input generation. Machine learning algorithms can be used to generate test inputs automatically based on an understanding of the software's behavior. These algorithms analyze the software under test, learn its patterns, and generate inputs that maximize code coverage or target specific areas of interest. For example, a machine learning algorithm can learn from existing inputs and their corresponding outputs to generate new inputs that exercise different branches or conditions within the software. This approach helps explore different code paths and detect potential defects or vulnerabilities. Next is automated test generation. AI simplifies the process of creating effective and efficient tests from software requirements by automating them through machine learning, NLP, and other AI-based approaches to automate the generation of test cases. Many e-commerce companies use machine learning algorithms to generate realistic synthetic datasets for load testing their web applications. This approach helps them identify performance bottlenecks before deploying their application to production. This is also employed by healthcare software providers who use NLP techniques to generate test cases automatically from regulatory documents. This automation helps to reduce testing efforts by 50% while ensuring compliance with industry regulations. Another technique is combinatorial testing, which generates a minimal set of test cases that covers all combinations of input parameters. This reduces the number of test cases required while ensuring comprehensive coverage. Further, AI analysis can help prioritize test cases based on their potential impact on the software's quality. By analyzing historical data or using machine learning algorithms, you can identify critical areas or scenarios that require more attention. For instance, a defect prediction model can analyze past defect characteristics and identify patterns that indicate potential high-risk areas in the software. With this, you can prioritize test cases that target these areas to improve the overall quality of the software. AI-based techniques enable intelligent test execution by automating repetitive tasks and optimizing resource allocation. For example, intelligent scheduling algorithms can determine the optimal order in which tests should be executed based on factors such as dependencies, resource availability, and estimated execution time. Furthermore, AI techniques can automate the execution of tests on different platforms or configurations by leveraging virtualization or containerization technologies. For instance, anomaly detection algorithms can analyze metrics such as execution time, memory usage, or response times to identify outliers that indicate potential performance issues or resource leaks. Additionally, test logs contain valuable information about the execution of tests. Analysis of this is a time-consuming task. AI techniques offer solutions for automating log analysis and detecting anomalies. For example, natural language processing algorithms can extract relevant information from log files and categorize them based on severity or impact. Let's discuss the best practices to use AI in software testing. Begin by experimenting with AI techniques in a controlled environment or on specific projects before scaling up. Next, develop a deep understanding of your software domain and its specific testing challenges to apply AI techniques effectively. Further, ensure that your training data is representative of real-world scenarios and covers a wide range of inputs or conditions. Also, regularly monitor the performance of your AI models and refine them based on feedback from testers or end users. Although AI techniques automate various aspects of testing, human oversight is critical to validate results, interpret findings, and make informed decisions. In this video, you learned that AI algorithms like machine learning, natural language processing, and intelligent automation helps to improve test data generation, test case generation, test execution, and analysis. Machine learning algorithms can be used to generate test inputs automatically based on understanding of the software's behaviors. AI analysis can help prioritize test cases based on their potential impact on the software's quality. AI-based techniques enable intelligent test execution by automating repetitive tasks and optimizing resource allocation. AI techniques offer solutions for automating log analysis and detecting anomalies. Welcome to Integration of Generative AI into Software Development Workflows. After watching this video, you'll be able to discuss the significance of AI in software development workflows, identify the role of AI in software code review and the techniques and tools used to facilitate that, describe the role of AI in software debugging and the techniques and tools to facilitate that, summarize the role of AI in software documentation and the techniques and tools to facilitate that, explain the role of AI in education and training and the techniques and tools to facilitate that. In today's world of software development, AI's integration has revolutionized various phases, from code review to documentation and training. This integration aims to streamline processes, enhance accuracy, and evaluate the quality of software. Let's explore how AI is reshaping crucial aspects of software development. Let's start by reviewing AI in software code review. As a software developer, if you wish to create an app with different features, you must ensure that the codes used to develop the app follow best practices and are error-free. However, manual codes are prone to errors. In such cases, instead of manual work, AI-powered code review tools can be handy. AI enhances code review by automating tasks and improving analysis accuracy using machine learning algorithms. AI-based tools identify style violations, bugs, security flaws, and performance issues. They offer feedback and suggestions for clearer, reliable code. AI involves many techniques to do so. Let's discuss a few of them. The first crucial technique is static analysis. AI-powered tools analyze source code without executing it, identifying potential issues such as coding style violations, unused variables, or memory leaks. Next, AI algorithms can recognize recurring patterns and anti-patterns in code, flagging potential design flaws or vulnerabilities. Also, bug detection. AI techniques such as machine learning algorithms can learn from past bug fixes and predict potential bugs in new code, which helps you catch issues before they become critical. Some of the popular AI-powered code review tools include DeepCode, CodeScene, GitHub Copilot, CodeClimate, Pull Request, and Snyk. AI extends its power from scrutinizing code quality to accelerating the debugging process. Let's explore it. There must be instances where your app suffers inherent crashes, but the traditional methods cannot identify the root cause. Well, that's a worrisome situation for any developer, isn't it? You can use AI software debugging tools to help identify the bugs and also help with suggestions for efficient resolutions. By analyzing vast amounts of data, historical bug reports, and code changes, AI algorithms can identify patterns that indicate the presence of bugs. To address this, several AI-based debugging tools have emerged in recent years. Let's take a closer look at a few of these debugging techniques. The first technique is automated log analysis to analyze logs generated during software execution to identify patterns and anomalies that may indicate the presence of bugs. The next important technique is predictive debugging. Using historical data, AI models can predict potential causes of bugs based on similar past occurrences, helping you narrow down their search for the root cause. And the third crucial technique is automated bug fixing. AI can generate patches or suggest fixes for known bugs based on previous bug fixes, reducing the time and effort required for manual debugging. In addition to these, AI offers a few debugging tools. Some of them include DeepCode, Sentry, DeepScan, Testim, Mabel, Codacy, and XRebel. One of the crucial aspects of software development is the software documentation. Let's explore the integration of AI and software documentation. For software documentation, AI offers some of the most intelligent methods for content generation and dissemination. It ensures clear comprehension and efficient usage of software systems that simplify documentation processes while elevating quality. Further, AI-based tools generate API documentation by scrutinizing code structure, comments, and usage instances. Additionally, they help craft user manuals by analyzing user interactions and furnishing systematic, step-by-step instructions. This transformative approach streamlines documentation processes, ensuring accuracy and accessibility. AI-driven documentation generation aims to automate these tasks using techniques that include natural language processing (NLP) that helps to analyze code comments, commit messages, and other textual resources to extract meaningful information and generate documentation automatically. Generating API documentation helps to analyze source code and automatically generate documentation for APIs, making it easier for developers to understand how to use them correctly. Generating user manuals using algorithms that can extract information from user interactions, forums, or support tickets to automatically generate user manuals assisting end users. Some of the important AI tools for documentation generation include Doxygen, Natural Docs, Mintlify, and DocuWriter.ai. Let's explore the role of AI-driven documentation in education and training. AI significantly influences software training and education through personalized learning experiences and adaptive methodologies. It tailors training programs to your needs by analyzing the progress, preferences, and performance data, optimizing the learning process, and enhancing knowledge retention. Analyzing learners' strengths, weaknesses, and learning styles, AI customizes educational content. Let's explore its evolution in training and education through personalized and adaptive learning techniques. Personalized learning includes adapting to training materials based on the individual learner's needs, preferences, and prior knowledge, optimizing the learning process. And adaptive training adjusts the difficulty level of training exercises based on the learner's performance, providing a challenging yet achievable learning experience. Some of the popular tools that integrate AI in training and education are 7Taps, QuizGecko, Kajabi, and Teachable. In this video, you learned that AI's integration aims to streamline processes, enhance accuracy, and elevate the quality of software. AI enhances code review by automating tasks and improving analysis accuracy. Some of the tools include DeepCode, CodeScene, GitHub Copilot, CodeClimate, Pull Request, and Snyk. AI software debugging tools to help identify the bugs and also help with suggestion for efficient resolution. Some of the tools include DeepCode, Sentry, DeepScan, Testim, Mabel, Codacy, and XRebel. AI ensures clear comprehension and efficient usage of software systems that simplify documentation processes while elevating quality. Some of the tools include Doxygen, Natural Docs, Mintlify, and DocuWriter.ai. AI significantly influences software training and education through personalized learning experiences and adaptive methodologies. Some of the tools include 7Taps, QuizGecko, Kajabi, and Teachable. Welcome to Innovation with Generative AI in Software Development. After watching this video, you'll be able to discuss how AI helps to generate ideas for new apps, explain how to use AI algorithms for app development, list a few AI-driven apps and successful AI innovations, describe generative AI models and ways to leverage them, list the AI tools for app development. In today's competitive world, every mobile app developer wants to generate a revolutionary app that helps people capture and interact with their memories through photos. What if we tell you that this can be done by integrating cutting-edge AI-powered features that elevate the app to new heights, offering users a unique and personalized experience? AI also helps teams explore possibilities through open discussions and diverse ideas and discover unique solutions using AI. Successful AI-powered apps stem from recognizing market needs. This involves researching industry trends, understanding customer challenges, and analyzing competitors. Aligning app ideas with market demands enhances the chances of success. Let's discuss how AI-powered tools and algorithms shape the future of app development. First and foremost, AI-powered tools create smarter, personalized, contextual ideas that are significant in today's digital realm because they offer techniques for crafting individualized recommendations and exploring methods for collecting and leveraging contextual data. They also help tailor recommendations. Machine learning techniques like collaborative filtering, content-based filtering, and reinforcement learning analyze user data to predict preferences. These algorithms continuously evolve through user feedback, enhancing recommendation accuracy with time. Let us explore a few case studies of AI-driven apps, offering valuable insights into their development and potential outcome. Siri and Alexa are examples of virtual assistant apps using natural language processing to comprehend user commands and offer helpful information. Similarly, ride-sharing apps like Uber and Lyft employ AI algorithms for efficient driver-passenger matching. Much like the impactful advancements witnessed in AI-driven apps, the realm of artificial intelligence extends further into the fascinating domain of generative AI. Let's explore the diverse types of generative AI models and their innovative capabilities. Generative AI models include variational autoencoders, VAEs, and generative adversarial networks, GANs, and transformers. Variational autoencoders, VAEs. These models generate new images by learning the dataset's underlying distribution. Generative adversarial networks, GANs, are two neural networks competing to create realistic content and produce lifelike outputs. Transformers. Excelling in sequence-related tasks like language translation, transformers can generate text well. Let's discuss the practical engagement with generative AI models. Hands-on exercises are essential for gaining practical experience with generative AI models. Training a VAE with image datasets facilitates the creation of new artwork. Similarly, using GAN allows the generation of faces based on specific attributes. Deployment involves coding to enable user interaction with the generated content. Understanding these diverse generative AI models is a foundation for leveraging APIs and AI innovation. Let us now leverage APIs for AI innovation to enhance and streamline the utilization of these cutting-edge technologies. AI APIs offer developers pre-built functions for easy application integration, granting access to advanced capabilities like natural language processing, computer vision, sentiment analysis, and recommendation systems. They eliminate the need to develop these features from scratch, speeding up the process and allowing focus on innovation. Integrating AI APIs involves adding API calls through provided software development kits, SDKs, into the application's codebase. Following API documentation, developers can integrate chosen functionalities into their projects. Let us look at a few case studies while incorporating AI solutions into your project. Exploring the top techniques and practices in AI app development is important to make informed decisions for your business. Let's discuss a few common AI and machine learning technologies that play a significant role in application development. First is natural language processing, NLP. It focuses on processing human language. NLP powers conversational interfaces, chatbots like ChatGPT integration, voice recognition, and language translation for improved user interactions and accessibility within mobile apps. Next is machine learning algorithms. In mobile app development, the machine learning algorithms drive user-based recommendations, providing personalized content and enhancing user experience. This technology ensures tailored and relevant content, boosting engagement and user satisfaction. Finally, computer vision focuses on interpreting visual data crucial for facial recognition, object detection, augmented reality, and image-based searching. TensorFlow, CoreML, PyTorch, MLKit, Caffe, or Keras are popular for computer vision integration. Exploring popular AI tools can significantly enhance app development. Some of them include Lumen 5, Deep Nostalgia, Gen 1, Crisp, LegalBot, DALL-E 2, Castle, Stable Diffusion 2, SoundDraw, Lolol.ai, Cleanup Pictures, Looka, Fireflies, and Murph. In this video, you learned that successful AI-powered apps stem from recognizing market needs. This means researching industry trends, understanding customer challenges, and analyzing competitors. AI-powered tools help to understand and create smarter, personalized contextual ideas to tailor recommendations. Variational autoencoders, VAEs, generative adversarial networks, GANs, and transformers are types of Gen AI models. Siri, Alexa, Uber, and Lyft are a few examples of successful AI-driven apps. Natural language processing, NLP, machine learning, and computer vision are a few of the important AI algorithms.
Hello, and welcome to this Expert Viewpoints video. Let's first hear expert opinions on how software development will evolve with the use of AI.
I believe that AI tools will continue to become more integrated into the tools software developers use every day to do things like mimic API calls, recommend code as the developer is writing, and alert developers in real time when code poses a security threat. I can also picture an environment where generative AI may be able to respond to changing situations and create code in real time that addresses unforeseen circumstances. For example, if an application used a generative AI tool to watch for threats, the tool may be able to quickly generate code that can respond to the threat, shut it down, and alert the developer so that it can improve the application.
In the future, we can expect AI to handle repetitive tasks like writing basic code, debugging, and testing. This will allow developers to focus on more creative and complex part of the project. AI might also help in improving collaboration across teams by providing suggestions, automatic documentation, and generating code snippets on the go. Over time, AI could even assist in predicting future challenges in software development, helping teams to prepare and address potential issues early.
I think abstraction's the main key here. So with this whole Gen AI movement, with artificial intelligence, a lot of the things we write currently will get abstracted away. I think AI will have a similar effect on software development, where in simple things like writing stub classes or stub methods or unit tests would be automated, and all you will have to do is give the Gen AI a description, some sort of starting thing, and it'll do the basics for you. And then as a human, you would go and validate what it's done and then build on top of that. So productivity and automation, in my mind, are the key short-term advantages of using Gen AI in SDLC.
In my opinion, I think AI is evolving software developers to become more productive, lower barrier to entry. It should be a lot easier for people to learn new tools and get past obstacles a lot easier, as well as just being able to build cooler things that maybe you needed to spend a lot more time learning to build in the past.
Next, let's hear experts share practical tips on using generative AI or Gen AI in software jobs.
My advice would be to start small by using AI for tasks like automated testing or generating basic code templates. It's important to remain in control and review AI-generated outputs very carefully. Continuously improving your understanding of how AI tools work and staying updated on the latest advancement is a key. Finally, focus on ethical AI uses, ensuring that your AI solution do not perpetuate biases or compromise security. And always aim for transparency in how AI is applied to your projects.
First, don't stop learning how to be a better developer. These tools are assistants, not replacements, so continue to refine and improve your skills. The better you become at software development, the more useful these tools will become. Next, practice using them. Think about the questions you might use a search engine to find an answer to, and try one of the generative AI tools to get the answer. Finally, keep in mind that these tools are conversational. When you get a response that's unclear or not what you're after, respond and describe what you're after to the tool and ask it to improve its answer.
This whole AI world and Gen AI concepts change so dramatically. Models come out every day from big companies. Keeping on top of them and keep learning and increasing your own level of expertise in AI models is really important. So, that could be through watching videos, learning from courses, following blogs, following people on Twitter, whatever that might be. Second, keep experimenting with different AI models. They've made it really easy for you to use it, especially coming from the software world, where it takes a couple of API calls to be able to use something with REST clients like Postman, Insomnia, etc.
My advice would just be to learn these tools, get familiar with them, see how you can integrate them into your products and the apps that you want to build. There's a lot of things that are now trivial to do with tools like OpenAI's API or Anthropic's API, just a single API call away. Overall, the cost to use AI is lower than it has been before, and it will probably continue to get lower and easier to use. And there's just so many exciting features that we can integrate into our products.
Lastly, I would say understanding a little bit of machine learning and a little bit of AI never hurts. So, for example, things like bias, transparency, hallucination, and how to reduce it. These things are really important for you to know as a software developer and as an engineer who's using AI in their daily lives.
Welcome to Understanding the Role of a Software Developer. After watching this video, you'll be able to Summarize the role and tasks of software developers. Identify some of the main skills a software developer needs, and describe some possible career paths for software developers. First, a reminder that in this course, we will be using the terms software developer and software engineer interchangeably, even though they may have somewhat different roles in a particular organization. Now, let's look at what a software developer does. Software developers design and create computer applications that allow users to perform specific tasks and fill their needs. They also create the systems that run devices so that the applications can work, and the software that runs networks, including both local networks and very large networks like cloud services. In more detail, tasks and duties of software developers include the following: analyzing users' needs and then planning and creating software that will meet those needs, designing each piece of an application or system and planning how the pieces will work together, creating models and diagrams showing how the application's code will work, modifying and improving code throughout the software review and testing process, recommending software upgrades for customers' existing programs and systems, and documenting every aspect of an application or system as a reference for future maintenance and upgrades. Software developers work closely with other professionals on a development team. Roles may overlap and combine to provide different opportunities, so it's useful to take a quick look at the whole team. As you've seen, software developers plan and create software, both for applications and systems. They solve technical problems and estimate the time it will take to create the code. User experience, or UX, and user interface, or UI designers plan and create the appearance of the software and how the user will interact with it. They are responsible for making software intuitive and easy to use, including addressing important accessibility concerns. The quality assurance, or QA, and test engineers try out new software to make sure it works as expected. They work on finding all the weaknesses or mistakes so they can eliminate them before the software is released. The project manager coordinates the team and tracks the timeline, making sure the team is meeting goals and milestones. They also make sure everyone has necessary resources and tries to resolve roadblocks that arise. The team usually contains others as well. Some other important team members include business analysts who translate business needs into software requirements, the product owner who keeps the big picture vision for the software in mind, and the documentation team who writes the help files and other software documentation. A good foundation for a career in software development is a bachelor's degree in computer and information technology, naturally. A focus in development is a good choice, although some students decide to pursue specializations like engineering or machine learning, or a related field like mathematics. Many employers prefer candidates who have certifications in particular software tools or skills. This shows that you have focused knowledge in those areas. Many large organizations like Microsoft, Oracle, Cloudera, and IBM offer classes that can help you earn certifications. Considering an advanced degree can be a good career move. Many employers prefer developers with more education, and it lays the groundwork for advancement. Domain-specific knowledge and skills in the field you want to enter are also helpful. For example, if you're interested in medical fields, some knowledge of research methods, biology, and so on will make you a stronger candidate. While you're in school, consider working at an internship. The experience you gain will be valuable in your job search later. Which tools are in high demand for software developers? To a large extent, this depends on the company or field you want to work in. However, someone entering the field might want to develop these skills that are broadly sought after. Languages, particularly JavaScript, Java, Python, C#, and C++. Cloud computing skills such as Amazon Web Services, or AWS, Google Cloud Platform, or GCP, and Microsoft Azure. Using containers with tools like Docker and Kubernetes, and an integrated development environment like Eclipse or Jupyter Notebook. Additionally, consider learning how to use Git. Git is a popular tool for version control and file storage. It's used in many organizations for coordinating work among software development teams. Git is also an excellent place to store your own projects and develop your portfolio. In addition to technical skills, software developers need an array of important soft skills, communication and presentation skills so that they can effectively convey the plans for software, critical thinking skills so that they can analyze and solve problems that arise, creative thinking skills to develop innovative ways to approach meeting business and user needs, the ability to explain ideas by using a story that the company can understand and apply to their goals, a collaborative approach because they will always be working with data professionals to create and release software, and diligence and tenacity to stick with projects and see them through when they become complex or something unexpected happens. From the beginning, or as you gain experience, you may advance your career in several different directions. Depending on your goals and interests, you may progress into becoming a specialist in some aspect of software development, such as artificial intelligence or gaming. To become a high-level software architect, you might advance your architecture and design skills. If you have an interest in business, you could become a manager for a development team or IT department. If you have an interest in specific industry or domain knowledge and want flexibility, you could also consider going into business as a consultant. These are only a few options open to you in a very broad industry. In this video, you learn that software developers work on teams to design and create software and systems for computers. A career in software development requires specialized knowledge and technical skills, and software developers can follow several possible career paths as they progress. Software development is one of the fastest-growing professions in the world today, so if you set your sights on entering the field, the sky's the limit for how far you can go. Welcome to Introduction to Full Stack Software Development Professional Certificate. After watching this video, you'll be able to define a professional certificate, describe the IBM Full Stack Software Development Professional Certificate courses, and explain other important information about the courses. While you take the Career Guidance and Interview Preparation course, you may wonder about your skills and if they're strong enough for a competitive job market. Whether you're looking to start a new career or change your current one, professional certificates can help you become job ready. They enable you to build specific skills related to your chosen profession, making you more valuable as a prospective employee. Because they're more focused and less extensive than a traditional college degree, they can be completed more quickly and can be more affordable and accessible for many learners. Moreover, you can often learn at your own pace, whenever and wherever it's most convenient for you. The IBM Full Stack Software Development Professional Certificate program offered on Coursera consists of 11 online courses that will provide you with the latest job-ready tools and skills. You'll learn software development skills and techniques using popular development tools. This professional certificate has a strong emphasis on applied learning. Except for the first course, all other courses include exercises and projects in the IBM Cloud that will help you strengthen your practical skills. After you finish the course, you'll earn a professional certificate from Coursera, and you'll also receive a digital badge from IBM recognizing your proficiency. Let's take a quick look at the 11 courses in the IBM Full Stack Software Development Professional Certification Program. The program begins with Introduction to Cloud Computing, an overview of core concepts in cloud computing. It covers cloud service models and deployment models, as well as key components of cloud infrastructure, security, history, and emerging trends. Introduction to Web Development with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript helps you take the first steps in becoming a web developer. The roles of front-end, back-end, and full-stack developers are discussed. You'll also learn about the languages needed for web development and how JavaScript can add interactivity to web pages. In Getting Started with Git and GitHub, you'll learn about one of the most popular platforms for collaboration and version control. The course provides hands-on practice for important skills and wraps up with a project in which you can create and share a project to build your portfolio. Python for data science, AI, and development is a beginner-friendly introduction to programming, specifically using the Python language. Python is one of the most popular programming languages and an essential tool for modern data scientists. An additional mini-course, Python Project for AI and Application Development, will lead you through a project where you can demonstrate and solidify your Python skills. In developing applications with SQL, databases, and Django, you'll acquire fundamental database knowledge and the basics of SQL, an important language for querying and managing data. You'll learn about object relational mapping and how to create a web application with Django. Introduction to Containers with Docker, Kubernetes, and OpenShift will show you how to build cloud-native applications by using containerization tools. You'll also learn about deploying your applications in the cloud and applying your learning in hands-on labs. With application development using microservices and serverless, you'll learn the basics about serverless programming and deployment, as well as its patterns, use cases, and benefits. Finally, you'll complete the full-stack cloud development capstone, in which you'll use the knowledge and skills acquired in the previous courses to demonstrate what you can do in a real-life scenario. At the end, you'll have a working cloud-native application that you can add to your portfolio. A few more points about the program. Anyone with a passion for learning can take this professional certificate program. No prior knowledge of computer science or programming languages is required. This course is completely online, so there's no need to show up to a classroom in person. You can access your lectures, readings, and assignments anytime and anywhere via the web or your mobile device. The professional certificate requires the completion of 11 courses. Each course typically contains 3 to 6 modules that take an average of 2 to 4 hours each to complete. If you work on them at a part-time pace of about 1 course per month, completing the entire certificate will take 9 to 12 months. If you work full-time at a pace of 1 course per week, you can complete the certificate in 2 to 3 months. If you have completed some of the courses in other programs or individually, any courses you have already completed will count toward finishing this professional certification. You do not have to take those courses again and will be able to finish more quickly. In this video, you learned that the IBM Full Stack Software Developer Professional Certificate Program can help you build career-related skills more accessibly and affordably than a degree. The program contains 11 courses that cover a variety of full-stack programming topics. And the courses can be taken completely online and completed in a few months, depending on how much time you spend on them. To find out more and sign up for the program on Coursera, use the included link. Welcome to Introduction to DevOps and Software Engineering Professional Certificate. After watching this video, you'll be able to define a professional certificate, describe the IBM DevOps and Software Engineering Professional Certificate courses, and explain other important information about the courses. While you take the Career Guidance and Interview Preparation course, you may wonder about your skills and if they're strong enough for a competitive job market. Whether you're looking to start a new career or change your current one, professional certificates can help you become job ready. They enable you to build specific skills related to your chosen profession, making you more valuable as a prospective employee. Because they're more focused and less extensive than a traditional college degree, they can be completed more quickly and can be more affordable and accessible for many learners. Moreover, you can often learn at your own pace, whenever and wherever it's most convenient for you. The IBM DevOps and Software Engineering Professional Certificate Program offered on Coursera consists of 13 online courses that will equip you with key concepts and technical knowledge about DevOps practices, tools, and technologies, and prepare you for an entry-level role in software engineering. You'll learn software development skills and techniques using popular development tools. This professional certificate has a strong emphasis on applied learning. Except for the first course, all other courses include exercises and projects in the IBM Cloud that will help you strengthen your practical skills. After you finish the course, you'll earn a professional certificate from Coursera, and you'll also receive a digital badge from IBM recognizing your proficiency. Let's take a quick look at the 13 courses in the IBM DevOps and Software Engineering Professional Certification Program. The program begins with Introduction to DevOps, which will offer a brief history and overview of DevOps practices and philosophy, and how DevOps can help you build stronger teams and better products. Introduction to Cloud Computing provides an overview of core concepts in cloud computing. It covers cloud service models and deployment models, as well as key components of cloud infrastructure, security, history, and emerging trends. With Introduction to Agile Development and Scrum, you'll learn to apply agile working practices to collaborative projects. You'll find out how a Scrum team works, how to write user stories, and how to track progress on a Kanban board. Hands-on Introduction to Linux Commands and Shell Scripting provides a practical introduction to Linux and its commonly used commands. You'll learn the basics of Bash shell scripting to automate various tasks. In Getting Started with Git and GitHub, you'll learn about one of the most popular platforms for collaboration and version control. The course provides hands-on practice for important skills and wraps up with a project in which you can create and share a project to build your portfolio. Python for Data Science, AI, and Development is a beginner-friendly introduction to programming, specifically using the Python language. Python is one of the most popular programming languages and an essential tool for modern data scientists. An additional mini-course, Python Project for AI and Application Development, will lead you through a project where you can demonstrate and solidify your Python skills. Introduction to Containers with Docker, Kubernetes, and OpenShift will show you how to build cloud-native applications by using containerization tools. You'll also learn about deploying your applications in the cloud and apply your learning in hands-on labs. With application development using microservices and serverless, you'll learn the basics about serverless programming and deployment, as well as its patterns, use cases, and benefits. Introduction to Test-Driven Development provides a detailed overview of this process and its complement, behavior-driven deployment. You'll learn the basics of the automated testing process and how it helps build robust applications, and then use that knowledge in practice labs. In Continuous Integration and Continuous Delivery, you'll explore another automated approach to software development and its goals, benefits, and best practices. Application Security and Monitoring provides extensive knowledge about practices and processes for maintaining a secure development environment. You'll learn how to identify vulnerabilities and how monitoring, observability, and evaluation can ensure security for your applications and systems. Finally, you'll complete the DevOps Capstone project, in which you'll use the knowledge and skills acquired in the previous courses to demonstrate your proficiency in DevOps practices. You'll develop, test, deploy, monitor, and enhance a microservices-based application over the course of several sprints. A few more points about the program. Anyone with a passion for learning can take this professional certificate program. No prior knowledge of computer science or programming languages is required. This course is completely online, so there's no need to show up to a classroom in person. You can access your lectures, readings, and assignments anytime and anywhere via the web or your mobile device. The professional certificate requires the completion of 13 courses. Each course typically contains 3 to 6 modules that take an average of 2 to 4 hours each to complete. If you work on them at a part-time pace of about 1 course per month, completing the entire certificate will take approximately 1 year. If you work full-time at a pace of 1 course per week, you can complete the certificate in 3 to 4 months. If you have completed some of the courses in other programs or individually, any courses you have already completed will count toward finishing this professional certification. You do not have to take those courses again and will be able to finish more quickly. In this video, you learned that the IBM DevOps and Software Engineering Professional Certificate Program can help you build career-related skills more accessibly and affordably than a degree. The program contains 13 courses that cover a variety of DevOps and programming topics. And the courses can be taken completely online and completed in a few months, depending on how much time you spend on them. To find out more and sign up for the program on Coursera, use the included link. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Paths to Software Engineering. In this video, you'll meet several software engineering professionals who share how they started their careers.
I became a software engineer back in 2020 during the pandemic. Prior to even thinking a pandemic would occur, I had already thoughts of pursuing a software engineering. And the way that I decided to go about it was enroll into a coding bootcamp. So back in 2020, I enrolled into the Grace Hopper coding program. I graduated December 2020, and the end of April of 2021, I signed my official job offer with ThoughtWorks, where I actually am now.
I started learning how to code when I was in the 10th grade, and my first programming language that I used was Java. Growing up, I always knew that I wanted to do something with computers, but learning how to code really opened new doors for me. So after high school, I went on to college to major in software engineering, and something that was a little bit interesting about the curriculum at the school that I chose to go to was that it taught a lot of different programming languages. And I liked this because it allowed me to experience different languages and see their different uses. But one thing it wasn't so strong in was using those languages to create cohesive projects that would prepare me for after graduation and getting a job. And I think that's where the non-traditional part of my career comes in so far. A lot of people go to college and immediately get careers in software engineering, but that wasn't exactly the case for me. So after college, because I didn't really have a lot of tangible projects, I found it a little bit difficult to get a job in software engineering. And what I ended up doing was attending a coding bootcamp. And this coding bootcamp was really a great experience for me because it allowed me to hone in on a very specific set of skills. And in this coding bootcamp, I learned full stack web development. And this coding bootcamp was a little bit interesting and more unique than others because at the end of the boot camp, they partner with different companies to help their graduates land their first role. And that's exactly what happened for me and how I landed my first role as a full stack web developer.
I started my career at school doing co-ops, and I had a few of them. My last one worked out very well at an enterprise, and I worked very hard and turned that into a full-time job as a junior software developer.
The first breakthrough in my career happened around 2005. I was in Ireland at the time, and I wanted to move to Canada because my wife is from Canada. And I also wanted to work for a large company like IBM in order to really develop my skills as a developer. And so as a result, I kind of took a couple of approaches. The first one was specializing in something that was new, emerging, not many people had great skills in it, which is a technology called Ruby on Rails. And back at the end of 2004 and the beginning of 2005, very few people had any skills in that particular technology. So I really dived deep and tried to become as competent as possible, specializing myself. And then I also created a blog, a technical blog, in which I discussed my desire to move to Canada and work for a large company as a developer, ideally using Ruby on Rails. So that's how my current manager found me, and the rest is history.
Welcome to Opportunities in Software Development. After watching this video, you'll be able to describe what software developers do and the breadth of the field. Compare different working styles at small, medium, and large companies. And identify the current and predicted job opportunities in software development. First, a reminder that in this course, we will be using the terms software developer and software engineer interchangeably. even though they may have somewhat different roles in a particular organization. Now, let's review what a software developer does. Software developers design and create computer applications that allow users to perform specific tasks and fill their needs. They also create the systems that run devices so that the applications can work, as well as the software that runs networks, including both local networks and very large networks like cloud services. Software development is crucial in many industries for many purposes, so the opportunities are broad-ranging. Manufacturing, shipping, medical research, entertainment, travel, law, finance, government. These are only a few of the fields that use software developers to run their businesses and reach their goals. As you might expect, a large percentage of software development positions are offered by businesses within the technology and information industry. Understandably, a company's size will affect the nature of its position and the composition of its teams. Many developer positions entail working within the huge multinational companies known as big tech. Here are some of the big tech companies known worldwide. You may recognize IBM, Microsoft, Amazon, and Facebook, also known as Meta, and other major names in the industry. Many of them are part of our daily lives in the modern world. Each of these and other data giants is different in the software it produces and uses, its company culture, its structure, as well as its product or goal, of course. Big tech companies aren't the only ones hiring software developers. Smaller companies also hire for many developer roles, and startups can be very exciting to work for. They may offer different opportunities to grow skills and create something new, but may also be less stable, demand long hours, and provide a less predictable advancement path. Each has benefits and drawbacks that you can weigh according to your goals. There are also medium-sized companies between the extremes of startups and big techs. They may offer more stability than a startup, but more agility than a large company. Medium-sized companies come in many styles, so you can assess positions in them on a case-by-case basis. It's impossible to draw hard distinctions between the opportunities of large and small companies. However, there are some general patterns. Large companies may offer a higher entry-level salary and benefits, but policies may limit how your salary will grow. Small companies may offer a wider variety of challenges, since you may need to fill several roles, but they may have less stability and a less predictable advancement track. Large companies may require regular work times, and smaller companies may require longer or irregular hours. Smaller companies often have a flatter organization, while large companies have stricter channels of hierarchy. Each of these is a factor to consider in looking for your ideal role. Software development has been one of the fastest growing occupations in the world for years, and it shows no sign of slowing down. Jobs in software development are commonly associated with the tech and information industries, but business demands for new software have grown exponentially among many types of private companies and public agencies as well. Each technological advancement, such as the advent of cloud-based services, requires new software and updates to older software. Because of this, the number of developer jobs is still growing rapidly. The U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics estimates a 22% growth in software development jobs over the next 10 years, which is much faster than average. The median wage in the United States for software developers is about $110,000, with a starting salary of about $62,000. Wages for software developers vary widely according to geographic area and industry. Software developers are in high demand around the world as well. The worldwide number of software developers is projected to grow by 75% in the next decade, a remarkable rate for a single profession. In Europe, demand is particularly high in the United Kingdom, Switzerland, and the Netherlands. There is also strong demand in Asia, particularly in China, Japan, Russia, India, and South Korea. Canada and Australia are also strong job markets for developers. In this video, you learned that software developers design and create computer applications and systems. The role and working style of a software developer can vary according to the size of a company. And demand for software developers in the U.S. and worldwide is growing across nearly all industries. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Software Engineering Roles and Required Skills. In this video, you'll learn about the various roles available for software engineers.
So I'd say there's actually a whole lot of different types of jobs available for someone who wants to be a developer. And they can be very technical jobs where you're doing development all day and front end, back end on a specific technology. Or it can be more on the management side where you architect and manage a whole project. You can do consulting, which leans a lot towards sales and other things like that. So there's a lot of different types of work. One other thing to consider is when you work at an enterprise, generally you'll be working in a team and you'll choose one or two of those specific job titles as your own. But in my experience, at least in startups, you're generally going to be doing everything, which is exciting, it's fun, it gives you a lot of power, but it's also just a different experience. So definitely something interesting. But something to think about. So yeah, developers right now, everything needs code, so there's a lot of options.
I specialized. I wasn't just someone who knew some generic programming skills. I really made sure to become as valued as possible in one specific technology stack. And that was very important because my manager at the time was looking for someone who had such skills. There was this new web framework that was emerging and becoming very popular, but not many people had used it and experimented with it and so on. But I did, and that paid off. The second thing was a little bit manifesting it, putting myself out there, making sure that my desire to move to Canada and getting a job with a larger company and so on was out there for people to see, right? So having a blog where I could post and discuss such topics made it possible to reach a larger audience, and as a result also people who might have the ability to offer me such a great opportunity early in my career. So my two first suggestions based on my career track are specialize in something and don't be shy. Put yourself out there, share your knowledge, let people know that you're passionate about a certain technology, let them know that you're looking for opportunities, and good things will come.
As a full stack developer, what you'll notice is that when you're looking for jobs, you may not just specifically be looking for roles with the title of full stack developer. A lot of roles, and this will depend on company and the role itself individually, may sprinkle terms like software engineer, software developer, web developer in there. It all really just depends on the company and how they craft their job descriptions and job titles. The thing I love about development and engineering is that you can start out with one career and take many different career paths. There is the more traditional sense of being a software engineer and then leveling up to be a senior software engineer or principal software engineer or staff software engineer, and basically going through the whole track of improving your skills as a developer and continuing to have development be the main focus of your job. You can also take a managerial role if managing people and managing teams is something that you enjoy or are interested in. You may start out as a software engineer and then you move to a team lead, and then as you get to lead more people and lead more projects, you may grow as a manager. And this role may not have as much coding specifically involved in it because you'll be managing a team and helping your team with their goals, but there of course will be still development sprinkled in. It just may not be your 100% focus of your role. And I also love that there are now more roles for developers who are multifaceted and interested in many different things. If you like to create blogs, or maybe content creation is something that you're very interested in, the role of developer advocate or developer evangelist is something that also could be interesting because it very much blends development with creating content for specific companies or for specific technologies, and blending the skills that you have with coding with your other enjoyments of writing those blog posts and engaging with the community and putting out content.
Welcome to Build Your Portfolio. After watching this video, you'll be able to identify the importance of a portfolio, explain how to build a portfolio, list projects to add to your portfolio. Studying can help you get a job, but you must also work. Many courses will equip you with job-oriented skills, and you can certainly use their certificates to enrich your resume. You can also display your knowledge during an interview. However, a professional portfolio effectively highlights your skills and demonstrates your ability to grow, and an employer can take time to scrutinize it. Employers hiring data analysts look for various skills, including technical abilities, communication skills, and an understanding of good business practices and data analysis. All of these can be demonstrated in a portfolio. Examples of relevant previous work might include: if you have enrolled in a degree program, you can add your research or a capstone project to your portfolio. Many people work as freelancers to gain experience, and if you have permission, you can include freelance work. If you have permission, any experience and projects that you have worked on as an intern may be worth including. As you acquire additional data science skills, you should try to work on compelling and increasingly complex projects. If you have worked or interned somewhere and worked on a project that is now launched, note you have worked on it and include a link if possible. You can also look at the job descriptions that you're targeting, pull out the key skills that they require, and build projects around those skills. Here are some more ideas for creating portfolio content. Building something you're personally interested in is always a good idea when you want to understand something more profound. One example of building content this way might be choosing a free data set from online sources like BFI Film Industry Statistics or NASA's Earth Data Site, then basing an exploratory data analysis project on it. To go further, create a visualization of your findings. There are many data challenges hosted by Kaggle, HackerRank, LeetCode, and so on. These competitions are normally focused on real-world problems, so they are great sources for you to look for a practical application of data analysis. Participating and documenting them in your portfolio can be promising if you rank high in the competition. If you create content in the form of a blog or vlog, you should include links to it. This is a terrific way to demonstrate soft skills as well as displaying your technical knowledge and your ability to share with other professionals. You can include course projects or hobby projects in your portfolio by adding a few more details and features. For example, including error logging and handling if the project doesn't have it. Here are 6 steps that can help you build a strong portfolio by creating some new projects. To build a portfolio for the job you want, start by understanding which skills you will need to demonstrate. Studying current listings will typically show you which skills are best to highlight in your portfolio projects. When generating your own project ideas, think about the issues you're curious about and how engaging relevant data sets could shed light on a problem. You can also find inspiration from other people's projects by visiting data science communities. When you have decided on an idea for your project, you will need data. Since you'll want to show practical experience, use a real-world data set. This is another way to show your skills, since real data sets are messy, and you'll need to do some cleaning, such as checking for null values or calculating fields. You can check online repositories that offer free and open access to enormous amounts of public data. Some useful resources include data.gov, Reddit datasets, GitHub's Awesome Data, and Google Dataset Search. After you have chosen a research question and a dataset to work with, clean up the data by unifying multiple data files and finding an answer or significant insights from data analysis. Perform exploratory data analysis, EDA. This step presents opportunities for you to highlight creative thinking and problem solving by exploring multiple angles, finding supplemental data sources, and using compelling visualizations. When you have clean data, start applying models to solve your problem. It's smart to have several projects that display the breadth of your skills and interests hosted on GitHub. GitHub is accessible and familiar to most professionals in technical fields. and it allows others to see your projects in real time and in a real hosting environment. Here are some tips to help you use GitHub to best advantage. Deploy your code on GitHub pages and use basic HTML templates to make the code look professional. Update the project frequently. It's better to make small changes often and post them. Make contributions to other users' projects to maintain a strong profile and allow them to contribute to your projects. Experiment with latest technologies and create simple projects around them. Also, use GitHub projects to showcase skills that are less used in your primary work. Don't forget to include a README file with a description of your project to show you know how to communicate results. In this video, you learned a portfolio is an excellent way to showcase your work and skills directly because employers value what they can see in your portfolio and how it reflects what you can do. There are many types of work that you can include in your portfolio to good effect. You can build new projects to make your portfolio stronger. And it's helpful to use GitHub thoughtfully. Having a strong resume is primary for job seekers, but there is more than one way to show off your skills. A portfolio can show what you can do in a practical, hands-on way. It's important to emphasize that keeping a portfolio is an iterative process. As your knowledge grows, your portfolio should be updated. Welcome to Draft Your Resume. After watching this video, you'll be able to compose a basic resume, determine what you should include in your resume, list skills and experience appropriately with good organization, identify how to optimize your resume for automated tracking and search engines. Technical fields have many job opportunities available, but they're very competitive, and you'll need to market yourself to find the role you want. Your resume, along with your portfolio, will create the first impression that potential employers will have of you. As with your portfolio, your resume must be carefully designed to showcase your strengths and competence in data analysis. Contrary to what many people believe, your resume should not be a paper version of your portfolio. Your portfolio and resume should be in alignment so they complement each other. Your resume should also be closely aligned with your LinkedIn profile, which should contain the same information. Before discussing the nuts and bolts of writing a resume, here are a few tips to remember. Try to keep your resume brief. If you have a lot of relevant experience, 2 pages are acceptable, but try to avoid filling more than 2 pages. If you use a bulleted list, bullet items should be informative but concise. Consistently use present tense for your current position and past tense for all earlier projects. Check your spelling and grammar carefully. Have a friend proofread your resume if possible. Double-check your contact information and provide a professional-looking email address. Begin your resume with your name at the top and then follow with basic contact information. On modern resumes, it's not necessary to put a mailing address, but it can be useful to include a city and state. Always include an email address. Double-check that your email address is accurate and professional-looking. You should also include a working phone number. Other contact information can also be helpful, such as your website or LinkedIn profile URL. However, don't overwhelm the space with too much information. Most hiring managers decide within a few seconds whether to continue reading a resume, so you need to catch their attention quickly. Including a section at the top that lists your skills helps to highlight them. When you draft a basic resume, list as many of your skills as you can think of. Include any software and tools you know how to use. Then, when you want to apply to a specific job, review the job description and delete the skills not required for that role. Depending on the format of your template, the skills section can appear as a list, or it may include a graphical representation of the level of mastery in each skill. In this top summary, you can also include a 1-sentence description of yourself and what you're looking for, but again, don't clutter the section too much. The work experience section will usually be the largest part of your resume. It may either precede or follow a project section, depending on which you would like to highlight more. Applicants newly out of school may also highlight the education section if it contains a lot of relevant information. The order or placement of the information may also vary across template designs. When providing information about your work experience, follow this pattern with your statements. Use an action word, then the task you worked on, and then the result in quantifiable terms if possible. For example, deployed improved database design, which increased efficiency by 25% and saved 15% in storage. Some action words include initiated, constructed, converted, deployed, led, and designed. Of course, you may think of others. If you are new to the job market, it may make sense to include a project section. In it, you can list projects you have done that might not fit clearly into a job role. Eventually, when you have more work experience, this section won't be needed. An education section will highlight your formal study history. This can include college degrees, but it can also include other educational achievements like professional certificates, specializations, seminars, and so on. Enter your education history in the following format. Achievement type and focus, such as bachelor's degree, certificate, or course completed. Organization name, such as university, school, or online platform. Year completed. GPA, if applicable, and any honors you earned if you prefer. If you have hobbies or interests that are relevant to a particular job, these may help boost your resume. However, if you are applying for a job in which you have considerable professional experience and skills, they aren't necessary. In fact, they can be distracting and overly personal. You should consider putting hobbies and interests on your resume only when you have limited work and educational experience. You have limited skills related to the job for which you're applying. A job posting lists responsibilities or duties that align with your hobbies and interests. Other additional sections that may be useful include conferences, publications, awards, and technical trainings and certifications. Include these if they are relevant to a position, but don't include them if they are merely padding. As the number of eye-catching templates has increased and publisher software grows more robust, creating a visually attractive resume is easier. However, in a data-driven world, there are other points to consider. In addition to having relevant content and visual appeal, your resume should be easy for applicant tracking system ATS software to find. ATS software is widely used in technical fields. It simplifies the process of selecting qualified candidates by automating the job of sorting through thousands of job applications. The software finds keywords and advances qualifying candidates further into the job application process. Unfortunately, most resumes formatted with multiple columns, images, and creative layouts or designs will not be read correctly. Simply put, ATS software is less likely to accurately read the example on the right, which can lead to a qualified applicant losing a chance to be considered. Search engine optimization, or SEO, is the process of writing web content so that it ranks higher in web searches. You can aim to incorporate SEO and ATS-friendly elements into your resume to boost its online searchability. Here are some principles for making your resume easily read by ATS software and search engines. Make sure your contact information is at the top of the page. Use keywords purposefully. Include them in normal text and don't just list them somewhere on your page. If your resume lacks terms that search algorithms are set to find, your content will not appear in the search results, but ATS software can detect keywords placed out of context. Align your terms with those on job postings. Keep up with emerging terminology and acronyms, and make sure you refer to skills or technology using common terminology. Provide relevant links and regularly verify that they work. Avoid using large image files in your portfolio or resume. and add alt text to every image you use. Users and website visitors who are visually impaired rely on alt text to understand graphic content, and this also adds keywords. Almost all ATS software works best with Microsoft Word, and many companies only accept resumes in this format, so you should have a Microsoft Word version of your resume. Alternate versions of your resume may be provided in many other formats, including graphic, plain text, Braille, PDF or accessible PDF, in any language other than English. In this video, you have learned your resume is the first impression you make on an employer, so it's important to make it great. Effective resumes follow best practices for how sections are organized and written. ATS and SEO software is in common use, and your resume must be easy for these systems to scan and find. A resume is your frontline tool in finding a job. Spending some time and effort to create a good basic resume that you can tailor to any job is well worth doing. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints. What sets apart a great software engineering candidate? In this video, you'll learn what actions you can take to become a great software engineering candidate.
So there's a lot of different things which can make a developer candidate great, but one thing which definitely sets them apart is real experience, especially with the exact technologies that we're looking for. Someone who can talk about and say, oh, I've heard about that, or I've studied that, that's great. But someone who's actually said, oh, I've actually built a project based on that and has, real experiences. I learned this was easy, this was hard. And then being able to, follow through with that conversation, I think those are generally the real great candidates and the ones that we can really say are going to be good for the role.
So you've got a goal of launching a career in technology. Fantastic. Of course you could. I work for a tech company. You should always be there. The good news is everything's technology now, right? Everything that we do incorporates some element of technology. So think about transferable skills. Think about things that you've done in the past that you can also bring through. We're also in a world just like this course where you can complete multiple courses online and you're able to gain skills and experiences in this space. There's also a world of side hustles, self-projects, self-paced learning. Have a look at some of these and start showing what you can do. Not every job is going to come offering you the opportunity or the chance to learn and develop skills. A lot of the time we're looking for people that are going to go out there on their own and start learning these. So those side hustles, those projects that I did this, I've done that, I've learned this, I've taught myself and I've applied it, that's what will help you stand out.
In my experience, what really makes a difference between a great candidate and just a good candidate is that a great candidate will have a lot of passion for the field, will be very much interested in improving themselves all the time. They will be very much focused not just on their career goals, but specifically in the technology. They want to learn more, they want to be able to solve bigger and bigger problems. They're capable of working in a team well with others, but also to work independently, trying to find solutions to problems. They don't get stuck. I find that good candidates might be the kind of people who will work on a problem that they get stuck and they kind of dwell on that problem. They kind of remain on it for a long time without finding a solution. Great candidates are the ones who somehow manage to develop the skill set required to really debug problems, get to the root cause, using all the resources available online and offline to get to the solution quickly, and they don't just get stuck on a problem for 3 days. They will seek help from more experienced developers if needed, but they will get it done one way or another. And it's hard to detect this as you are in the process of hiring someone, whether they're just a good developer or a great developer. There are some indications, but it's a little bit hard to detect. Nevertheless, if you want to become a great developer, fine-tuning your troubleshooting skills, your debugging skills, and as well as your ability to work with others, to learn from them through collaborate with other people in the team will help you set yourself apart.
Welcome to Company and Industry Research. After watching this video, you'll be able to explain how to research a company you'll be interviewing with, recognize good sources for company and industry research, discuss how to conduct an informational interview. When you schedule a job interview, you may immediately begin wondering how you can prepare for a great interview. The best start is to learn as much as possible about the organization you're interviewing with and the industry you want to enter. The company's own website is a rich source of information for you. Some parts of the website will be particularly helpful, so pay attention to the following. History. In this section, you may find the company's origins and history, as well as its mission and vision statements. You can learn about the company's goals and culture here. Keywords. Read carefully through the website and notice repeating keywords. The company's choice of words to describe what it does or what it represents can help you understand the image the company strives to project and maintain. You may want to use this language during your interview to show that you are in tune with the company. Careers. Looking at the other job listings will tell you where the company plans to expand, which says something about its priorities. Data. Pay close attention to quantitative information. This may give you a clue about the tools the company uses. The company's website is the most readily available source you can use to start your research, but it's not the only one. A little digging will pay off with lots of useful information. Check your local Chamber of Commerce or the Better Business Bureau website. Check social media. This is a good way to find current news about the company and what it's doing. You may also learn about the company culture. A web search may offer interesting information if the company has been featured in a publication or on the news. Look for companies and individuals in articles. You may even find information that makes you rethink getting involved with the company. LinkedIn can provide ample company information. If you know the name of your interviewer, look at their profile to learn about their professional background. Websites like Glassdoor let employees and customers post reviews about a company. Read several recent posts to learn about people's experiences with the company. You may even find interview reports, which may help you know what to expect. An informational interview can be an amazing resource. This is an informal meeting with someone working in a field that you want to pursue. It is not a job interview. Its purpose is to research careers. An informational interview can provide valuable tips and expert advice as you choose your career path. To find someone to interview, make a list of 3 to 5 companies that you would like to learn more about, preferably within your area. Use LinkedIn or another career network to identify professionals who work at the company. You can also use a professional network or social media to find other data scientists. You can ask a teacher, professor, or even a friend to suggest people they know. Prepare a brief introduction and the purpose of your request to meet the person and reach out by email, phone, LinkedIn, or another platform. When you meet your professional for the interview, allow the conversation to flow naturally. Be mindful that with each answer, the person may offer information you didn't expect, and be open. Take notes, especially of tips and expert advice. Keep track of time by checking halfway through your list of questions for how many minutes remain to stay within the agreed-upon time frame. Your list of questions should not require more than 30 minutes to answer. After the interview, review your notes and highlight any points you would like to do more research on. Make sure to send a thank you note to your interviewee. Stay in contact and make connections on LinkedIn or other online platforms to continue expanding your network. There are lots of questions you could ask during your interview. Here are some ideas. Ask questions about the interviewee's history, such as, how did you become interested in this role? How did you prepare to enter the field? How did you begin your career? Ask about the interviewee's current role. What is a typical workday like for you? What do you like most about your work? What is one of your favorite projects that you have worked on? What is the most difficult challenge you have dealt with? What would you like to accomplish next in your career? Ask for career advice you can use. What related fields or career paths would you recommend I also look into? How do you stay current and learn new technology? What current issues and trends in the field should I be aware of? What are the most effective strategies for seeking a position in this field? In this video, you learned company websites are a good primary source of information about a company. Other sources can provide even more information about companies and interviewers. A well-planned and carefully conducted informational interview can be a great asset to your search. When you do research before an important job interview, you will walk in with enough background knowledge to project confidence that will impress your interviewers and help you stand out among the other candidates. Welcome to Networking Online and Offline. After watching this video, you'll be able to describe how networking is important to your job search. List different ways to network online. Explain how to meet other professionals for networking offline. Networking is essential. It will help you develop and improve your skill set, stay on top of the latest trends in your industry, keep a pulse on the job market, meet prospective mentors, partners, and clients, and gain access to the necessary resources that will foster your career development. The most common way now to search for jobs in technical fields is to go on job portals or professional networking sites. Many job portals are now available, such as Indeed, LinkedIn, Glassdoor, or Monster. These portals contain millions of listings and make it easier to connect with employers who are looking for your skills and experience. Moreover, job websites offer additional resources for job seekers, such as numerous articles on job search topics, as well as blog posts full of helpful tips. LinkedIn is the top professional social networking site, with 133 million users in the U.S. and more from 200 countries around the world. 87% of recruiters use LinkedIn as part of their candidate search. You should definitely make sure that your LinkedIn profile is always up to date. Highlight your previous experience in detail and be comprehensive about your current skills and objectives. Also, be sure to use the option to flag your profile as available for work, so potential employers and recruiters can find it easily. LinkedIn offers skill tests and colleague testimonials as well as other features, so spend time taking advantage of these. Here are a few other job sites to explore. For most job websites, you must create an account to be able to save job positions and search queries. You can also sign up for email alerts when new jobs are added in the fields you're interested in. Most of the sites use an applicant tracking system, ATS, which can make the job application process much easier to complete on the platform. It can also make it easier for recruiters to find candidates. It's a good idea to research your field's industry leaders directly to see if you want to seek jobs with them. A strong starting point is to find the company's website and look for a careers page. Look there for jobs that interest you and see if you can create a profile and upload a resume so that their recruiters can find you. They may have a position that hasn't been listed yet. While you're working on your internet search, don't forget to connect with people who work at the companies you're applying to. By networking with people who work at companies you're considering working for, you get a better feel for the company culture. Networking is not only about trading information, but also serves as an avenue to create long-term relationships with mutual benefits. Your new acquaintance may think of you when their team needs a new member. To learn more about professionals in your field, check their postings and profile on LinkedIn. Check bio pages on their company's websites, search for news items about their work, and contact them to ask for an informational interview. Whether you're a recent college graduate or a seasoned professional looking for a new opportunity, social media is a useful job search tool. Here are some ways to use social media effectively. Post about what kind of job you're looking for and that you're available. Find social media accounts of companies that interest you and follow them. Follow social media accounts of professional organizations in your field and follow leading professionals as well. Participate in discussions online with these companies and organizations and ask questions. One note of caution: be aware of your social media accounts when you're looking for work. In the modern job search, companies may look up candidates on social media, so make sure there's nothing that might embarrass you if a potential employer sees it. How can you meet other professionals to network with? Start by talking to your own friends and meeting their friends. To extend your circle outward, there are many options. Some ideas are: attend local meetups and interest groups in your industry. Join professional organizations and attend their meetings and events. Brush up your skills with adult education classes. Go to conferences for professionals in your field. Volunteer for organizations that can use your skills. Wherever you go, speak to the people at the same events. Practice introducing yourself. Don't ask new acquaintances for job leads directly until you know them better. If you learn to network well, they may bring it up even before you do. In this video, you learned networking is a crucial way to find job leads. Online job boards offer many opportunities and resources. Social media is a powerful job search tool. Networking offline with other professionals is also important. Very often, getting a job is about who you know as much as what you know, so having someone to get you in the door can be a big benefit. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Building Your Network. In this video, you'll hear recommendations for building a network of software engineering contacts.
I specialized. I wasn't just someone who knew some generic programming skills. I really made sure to become as valued as possible in one specific technology stack. And that was very important because my manager at the time was looking for someone who had such skills. There was this new web framework that was emerging and becoming very popular, but not many people had used it and experimented with it and so on. But I did, and that paid off. The second thing was a little bit manifesting it, putting myself out there, making sure that my desire to move to Canada and getting a job with a larger company and so on was out there for people to see, right? So having a blog where I could post and discuss such topics made it possible to reach a larger audience, and as a result also people who might have the ability to offer me such a great opportunity early in my career. So my two first suggestions based on my career track are: specialize in something and don't be shy. Put yourself out there, share your knowledge, let people know that you're passionate about a certain technology, let them know that you're looking for opportunities, and good things will come.
My advice to future software engineers is to find organizations and groups that represent you. Find groups that advocate for you. Find groups that you can see yourself in and represent you. Be able to start networking from there. Curate your space to be of what you're going to be. And I say that to say is that use your LinkedIn account to talk about your journey. Go on Twitter and tweet about your journey. Curate your space to follow folks on these social media platforms that represent you and that you're looking to be just like. May that be on Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, or LinkedIn. Curate and cultivate your space to be what you exactly want to be. And if that is software engineering, then curate the space to be exactly that. I know it's scary to network, but one thing I can tell you is that being rejected is something you're going to have to get used to also in the job search. So why not start with networking?
I found that setting goals along my developer journey is really something that kept me going in times where it was a little bit difficult on my journey, whether I was having trouble with learning a new programming language or whether I was facing rejections when I was actually applying for roles. Creating SMART goals allowed me to take my goal or my dream and turn that into a tangible plan. So this is important because we don't just want to have something that we can look forward to, but we want to take that goal and turn it into a step-by-step plan that we can use to make sure that we're actually going to achieve these goals. When I say SMART goals, there is a method called SMART, and it stands for specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-based. And we want our goals that we set for ourselves to hit all of these check marks. We want them to be specific because we don't just want to say something arbitrary like I want to be a full stack software engineer. We want to know exactly what languages we would like to learn, what languages we want to know, what companies we might want to work for, or what environments we want to work in. And you may not have all of these answers when you're starting, but you can always adjust your goals as you go. We just need something to start with. You want to make sure that they are measurable, and we want to set benchmarks for ourselves. So if we're learning different languages, maybe each of those languages can be a benchmark. We want them to be attainable. We don't want to say that we are going to do something that's completely outlandish, like maybe become a software engineer in 1 week and get a job in 1 week. That is a bit of a hefty goal, and we don't want to set ourselves up for disappointment in case that doesn't happen. That time block of 1 week is a little bit too short to make sure that we have all the languages that we need to know, and that we have projects under our portfolio, and that we are stopping to study for interviews. That is not attainable for us, and we don't want to set ourselves up for disappointment. We want to make sure that our goals are relevant. We want to make sure that whatever goals that we're setting are relevant towards our overarching goal. And we also want to make sure that they are time-based. We don't just want to say eventually we'll be able to do something. We want to give ourselves an accurate or attainable time base. So maybe from the start to 1 year, we can see where we get. 1 year is definitely enough time for you to learn many different languages, get projects done, and definitely it would be enough time to start applying for roles.
Building a professional network is really important. May not be something that you've done before, but if you've got a LinkedIn profile, you've already started to do it. Really simple. Follow the guides on LinkedIn to get an all-star profile. Fill in all of the sections, put in your key skills, ask for recommendations, put in projects that you've worked on, and also try and make it interesting to look at. So if there's any videos, links, obviously that aren't going to get you in trouble for sharing, add them to your profile. It's really important to build a big network. It can really help when it comes to job seeking. Some of my advice is connect with recruiters, connect with previous colleagues, connect with managers. Start building out a network of people that are right and relevant to you. A quick tip when doing this, when you're sending invites to people, put a few words in there. Personalized invites just feel a whole lot more personal than just the generic LinkedIn message that gets spammed out to too many people nowadays.
Welcome to Assessing Job Listings. After watching this video, you'll be able to dissect and read job listings critically, describe differences between FTE and contract positions, navigate company application policies, and recognize job listings that may be problematic. Most job listings you read will be divided into several sections. Each of the following contains important information: overview of the company and the role. This section provides a broad description of the job position and hiring company, responsibilities and tasks. This section outlines what the employee will be expected to do, as well as what they will be in charge of. It may also describe how the employee will function in the company and who they will work with. Requirements and qualifications. This is what the company is looking for in a candidate. It may include educational background, certifications, years of experience, and other hard and soft skills. Some will be listed as required and others preferred or optional. Ideally, you will have all the required qualifications and at least 50% of the preferred. Identify the requirements you're missing and consider other skills or experience you have that may compensate. One important thing to notice is whether a job is listed as full-time, also known as FTE, or contract, also known as other terms such as contingent or temporary. This refers to the tax status of the worker, not their working hours. Many contractors work full-time hours. However, FTE employees and contract employees often don't have the same working conditions and contractual terms of employment. Both have their benefits and drawbacks. The following identifies full-time or FTE employees. Can expect to continue working indefinitely. May be paid more regularly, either on salary or hourly. Must comply with different internal policies such as trainings and work procedures. Is entitled to receive company benefits and incentives. Usually has different legal rights regarding firing and labor practices, although this may not be true in some states. The following identifies contract or contingent workers. Work for a length of time specified in their contracts. Receive payment for services by hourly pay or by deliverables. May not receive training or only minimal training, as they are expected to begin work with needed skills. Generally do not receive company benefits or incentives. Usually may be fired and without cause or notice, and not be covered by certain workplace protections. If you decide to conduct a job search using a website, pay close attention to the instructions in each job posting you review. Companies each have specific job application processes, and you can disqualify your application by not following them. Many companies use job searching websites to get their job listings viewed by more potential candidates, but then choose to receive applications through their company websites. Usually, these require job candidates to fill out online forms and include supporting documents through the company's website. Other employers provide an email address or telephone number and have applicants contact a specific person or team to process their application. While most employers do not require a cover letter, some do. Some will also require a work sample, a link to a portfolio, screening questions, and skill assessments. The bottom line is this: make sure you have read and understand how you must submit a job application if you decide to apply to it. Just as employers review job applications and examine the candidate's qualifications to determine who is the best fit for their company, you can determine whether a company is a good fit for you before you submit a job application. Consider the following warning flags if you see them. Look for clarity in a job title, role, or description. A job title in a listing that is too general or a description that does not provide a clear idea of the position should raise concerns. How will you prepare a job application for a position with unclear or vague specifications? Will you have unclear role boundaries if you get the job? Additionally, unnecessary jargon, acronyms, and other unclear language should not appear in a job posting. The overuse of such language shows that a company may not communicate effectively with employees and applicants. Some other warning flags include unrealistic expectations. Some job listings may be unclear about the role. This may indicate that the company does not understand the position or that they will exploit new hires and set them up for failure. Examples include entry-level jobs that have unrealistic requirements such as several years of experience, or jobs that require high-level function in too many areas of expertise. Evident biases or prejudice. Companies that create job listings that include any form of language explicitly excluding or stating a preference for a group of candidates based on personal traits should not be considered. These personal traits include race, religion, gender, age, orientation, marital status, nationality, parental status, military status, appearance, and abilities irrelevant to the job description. In this video, you learned job listings have different sections that can help you assess your qualifications. Full-time and contract positions have different characteristics. Carefully following each company's application processes improves your chance of success. Some listings contain red flags that could make you reconsider applying to a company. Every hiring company should aim to make a job posting clear and inviting, especially for qualified candidates. The screening, selection, interviewing, and hiring processes should be executed with intention and follow a transparent series of steps. A company's jobs listings are their chance to create a first impression, and they can be your first indication about the culture and competence of that company. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, a closer look at job listings. In this video, you'll learn how hiring managers create job listings and get helpful tips for evaluating job listings.
I write the job postings for my team, and I can tell you that generally speaking, I try to avoid making a laundry list of skills that I want from a candidate, because that will only scare away most candidates. So you'll end up with a very restricted pool of overconfident candidates, and it's not a great way of selecting the best person for the job. Instead, I think that in general, you're better off trying to capture the spirit of the kind of candidate that you want, the kind of developers that you want. Make a very short list of skills that they really need to have, as opposed to a major wish list. And my advice for candidates is to not be scared to apply, even if the job posting has many technologies that you're not familiar with. If you have 3-4 skills out of the 10 that they require, do apply, because most candidates who will apply will also not have all the skills. And I think it's very important for me in terms of diversity and inclusiveness, not to scare candidate off with a huge list of technical skills. Because I find that for people who have been all their life reinforced in the idea that, yeah, you can be a developer, you're going to do great, they might be a little bit more confident, and some candidates who are excellent and they will be perfect for the job, who kind of doubted themselves all along because they didn't have much representation in the industry, and then you show them this huge list of skills that no one has, and they might feel discouraged from applying. So I want to avoid that, and so I tend to focus on, for the required section of the skills that are required, I tend to keep it very short. I also want to make sure that in the job posting, I'm not just saying what I want from the candidate, but I also tell them what we offer. So what can we give them? What kind of experience we give them? How will they grow as developers if they do get this position, to get them excited about the job? If the job posting you're applying for lists way too many technologies, that's a little bit of a red flag for you. So it might not be the ideal job for you. I think it might become a kind of environment that expects too much from you, and it's not realistic about what they really want. Obviously, if the typical trope of listing a technology that is brand new and asking 5 years for it, that will tell you that the person who wrote that job posting is probably not the person who will hire you, or if they are, they're not very competent. So I would probably either not apply or apply very cautiously about it, because it's not going to be a great experience during the interview, and I'm suspecting not a great experience once you get the job.
It's a skill and it's an art. It's just as hard for us to write it as it is for you to read it, because so much can be lost in translation, so much of it can be lost in the sections and the modules of adverts that we write. Most important thing is look at the skills within the advert. Let's say it's a Java developer role. If you haven't got experience of Java, it's going to be a tough act for you. If you're going for a sales consultant role and you have sold cloud, but maybe not AWS, Azure, or one particular type of cloud, that's something that could be learnt. So think about if skills are transferable, think about if you have those skills, and also think about how many of the essential skills you meet. The desirable skills, preferred skills, the add-on skills, that's often how recruiters will help narrow down their perfect candidates. So don't consider it as one big long list. think about, do you have the skills, do you have the attributes, but also, does it sound interesting? Is it something that you want to do, not just can you do it? Because the want will be questioned and challenged, and we will seek to find that out during the interview process.
Welcome to Technical Review Fundamentals. After watching this video, you'll be able to summarize basic technical concepts, define fundamental technical terms, and prepare for technical job interviews and exams. Before you enter the job market, it's a good idea to solidify your skills as much as you can. It's just as important to understand your limitations as well. This is a brief overview of some fundamental skills and concepts that would be valuable for you to know as you look for a software development position. Use it to review basic technical concepts. If some of them aren't familiar to you, or you're unsure of your knowledge, you may want to study them further to solidify your skills and make yourself a stronger candidate. You can also determine where you might want to expand your knowledge further. Software engineering is concerned with all aspects of software production, from the early stages of system specification to maintaining the system when it's in use. Beyond the development and production process, it includes project management and the development of tools, methods, and so on to support software production. As an engineering discipline, it uses appropriate theories and methods to solve problems within organizational and financial constraints. Any software process includes 3 types of activities. Software specification, where customers and engineers define the software that is to be produced and the constraints on its operation. Software development, where the software is designed and programmed by developers and engineers. Software testing, where the software is checked to ensure that it is what the customer requires. Engineers may become involved if a redesign is necessary. Coding is the process of writing computer programs. Essentially, coding translates the ideas from an algorithm into computer language. Here are some basic coding concepts. An array is a data structure consisting of a collection of values or variables, each identified by at least one array index or key. Depending on the language, array types may overlap other data types that describe aggregates of values, such as lists and strings. In a loop, which is also called an iteration, a statement or block is executed until the program reaches a certain state, or the operations have been applied to every element of a collection. This is usually expressed with keywords such as while, repeat, for, or do until. A data type is a classification of data that indicates how the programmer intends to use the data. Most programming languages support various types of data, including integer, real, character, or string, and Boolean. The basic arithmetic operations are addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Arithmetic is performed according to an order of operations. The scope of an identifier name binding is an association of a name to an entity, such as a variable. It is the region of a computer program where the binding is valid, meaning where the name can be used to refer to the entity. Such a region is referred to as a scope block. Programming languages simplify giving instructions to the CPU. The CPU understands only machine language instructions, which are very difficult for people to write. High-level languages are easier for people to use, so programs that are written in a high-level language are translated into machine language by either a compiler or an interpreter. This way, programming is easier for developers to do, and machine learning programs can then be executed anytime they are needed. The history of programming languages stretches back to the 1950s. Fortran, the first high-level programming language, was designed for performing complex mathematical calculations. COBOL was designed around the same time for business applications. BASIC is a general-purpose language from the early 1960s, which was designed to be simple enough for beginners to learn. C and C++ are powerful general-purpose languages developed at Bell Laboratories in the 1970s. C# was created by Microsoft around 2000 for developing applications based on the Microsoft.NET platform. Java was created by Sun Microsystems in the early 1990s. It can be used to develop programs that run on a single computer or over the internet from a web server. JavaScript is a slightly later related scripting language that can be run in browsers only. Python is a popular general-purpose language created in the early 1990s that is used in a wide variety of applications. Ruby, another general-purpose language from the 1990s, is popular for programs that run on web servers. Knowledge about networks and networking is fundamental to modern software development. Here are a few important networking concepts. The most common types of networks are defined in terms of geographic area. From the smallest to the largest, these are personal area networks, or PANs, local area networks, or LANs, metropolitan area networks, or MANs, and wide area networks, or WANs. A network protocol is an established set of rules that determine how data is transmitted between different devices in the same network. These rules help tell the computers in the network how to handle the information they receive. Some of the most common include SMTP and POP3, used to provide email services, HTTP, a protocol used to deliver web content in browsers, DNS, used in domain name translation, SNMP, a network management protocol, and DHCP, used to assign IP addresses to network devices automatically. IP addresses enable devices to find each other easily, no matter where they are in the world. Their format has evolved as the Internet has grown. IPv4 is a 4-byte address format that has been in use for decades and continues to be used by most Internet-connected organizations. The latest IP addressing scheme, IPv6, uses a 6-byte address so that many more devices on the Internet can be addressed. Object-oriented programming, or OOP, is a style of programming based on the concept of objects, data structures that can be used within the program. Objects can contain data in the form of fields and code in the form of procedures. Procedures are attached to objects and can access and modify the object's data fields. Object-oriented programming can model complicated systems from the real world into manageable software solutions. Basic ideas of object-oriented programming can be understood in the terms of 4 fundamentals. In abstraction, the programmer tries to ensure that the entity will have all the relevant aspects included and no extraneous ones. Its main goal is to handle complexity by hiding unnecessary details from the user. That enables the user to implement more complex logic on top of the abstraction without understanding or even thinking about all the hidden complexity. Encapsulation refers to bundling data with the methods that operate on that data. Encapsulation is used to hide the values or state of a structured data object inside a class, preventing unauthorized parties direct access to them. Similar to abstraction, it provides an appearance of simplicity that promotes efficient and effective programming. Inheritance is basing an object or class upon another object or class, retaining similar implementation. In most class-based object-oriented languages, an object created through inheritance, known as a child object, acquires all the properties and behaviors of the parent, with some well-defined exceptions. Polymorphism is providing a single interface to entities of different types that may share some characteristics. For example, if an instructor and a student are both a kind of person, we can write a function which accepts a parameter of type person and have it work on both instructor and student objects because they both inherit from the person-parent object. The structured query language, SQL, is one of the fundamental building blocks of modern database architecture. SQL defines the methods used to create and manipulate relational databases on all major platforms. Normalization is a database design technique that reduces data redundancy and eliminates undesirable characteristics like insertion, update, and deletion anomalies. Normalization rules divide larger tables into smaller tables and link them using relationships. The purpose of normalization in SQL is to eliminate redundant data and ensure data is stored logically. SQL commands can be divided into two main sub-languages. The data definition language contains the commands used to create and destroy databases and database objects. After the database structure is defined with DDL, database administrators and users can use the data manipulation language to insert, retrieve, and modify the data contained within it. A join statement combines data in several tables to efficiently process large quantities of data. There are 5 types of join: inner joins, outer joins, right joins, left joins, and cross joins. The term cloud computing refers to various forms of virtualized IT infrastructure. In other words, cloud provides extended virtualized computing resources that are available anywhere, even though they run on physical components that are stored on premises or at a vendor's data center. In this way, servers, operating system software, networking, and other infrastructure can be pooled and divided without regarding physical hardware boundaries. There are 3 types of cloud services models. Each type of cloud computing provides different levels of control, flexibility, and management so that you can select the proper set of services for your needs. Infrastructure as a Service, or IaaS, is the most flexible type of cloud service and gives you complete control over the hardware that runs the application. Platform as a Service, or PaaS, provides a ready-to-use development environment where developers can focus on writing and executing code to make customized applications. And Software as a Service, or SaaS, provides you with a complete product that is fully run and managed by the service provider. There are also 3 types of cloud deployment model. Each is defined by where the infrastructure for the environment is located. In a public cloud model, clients store and host their applications, files, data, and other resources on a virtual server. These services are made available for the general public and are shared among multiple clients through a service provider. Public cloud services are free or offered on a pay-per-use pricing model. A private cloud offers a proprietary environment dedicated to a single business or organization. The hybrid cloud model combines cloud solutions so that the subscriber can use whichever is best for any situation. In this video, you learned basic information about technical topics such as coding, languages, networking, object-oriented programming, SQL, and cloud computing, and that it's important to review and strengthen this knowledge to be a stronger candidate in the technical job market. Welcome to Refreshing Essential Development Skills. After watching this video, you'll be able to summarize basic concepts in software development, define some fundamental software development terms, and determine whether further study or review is needed. The IBM courses on Coursera related to software development cover many topics that you should grasp if you want to be a stronger candidate for developer positions. These skills will also be useful in your career after you get a job. This will be a brief review of this content to check your understanding. If you need stronger understanding of these topics, please consider taking or reviewing these courses. Front-end developers work on the parts of the website or app that the user sees and interacts with. Back-end developers work on the logic and functionality that keeps the website or app running and responding to users' inputs. Full-stack developers have both sets of skills. Common languages for front-end development include HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and React. Common languages and frameworks for back-end development include Python, Django, and Flask. Frameworks and libraries extend the functionality of both types of coding language, including JavaScript and Python. HTML provides the basic structure and content for a website using tags. CSS provides a consistent style and design throughout the website that can be edited from one place without changing each page. Scripting provides a more interactive experience when a user browses a website. HTML uses APIs to enhance the user experience, providing advanced animation, audio, and video features. The HTML DOM tree describes how a website is structured. JavaScript is a scripting language that enables developers to add dynamic content to web pages. JavaScript creates client-side scripts, which are programs that accompany HTML documents and are used by developers to incorporate more interactive elements. They run in browsers, so JavaScript does not rely on server resources. Developers can access HTML DOM elements from JavaScript scripts using the correct DOM notation. JavaScript variables are declared using the var key and take their type from the assigned value. Program execution is controlled by statements like if, then, else, switch, for loops, and while loops. JavaScript adheres to ECMAScript 6, ES6, a modern language standard meant to ensure the interoperability of websites. Distributed version control keeps track of changes to code and other documents, regardless of where they are stored. Repositories are storage structures that hold code, track issues, and enable you to collaborate with others on a project. Repositories can be cloned to make it possible to work locally, then sync changes back to the original after the code has been finished and refined. Repositories can be forked to be used as a base for a new project or so that the developer can work independently. Branches are used to isolate changes to code and can also be merged back into the master branch. A branch is a new part of an existing project tree, while a fork is a full copy of the repository. A cloned copy retains connection to the original repository, while a fork is a wholly new, independent copy. Large projects can make use of roles that are assigned to the participants. Some roles might include developers who create code, integrators who manage changes made by developers, and a repository administrator who configures and maintains access to the repository. Administrators can use roles to control the rights and access each collaborator has, which maintains the security of the project. Front-end frameworks like React are made available through open-source libraries that you can use to build applications that run in the browser. React uses a special markup language called JSX. React manages the internal state of the application using states and props. The two types of React components are functional and class. Some other front-end frameworks include Angular and Vue. Node.js is a server-side programming framework for developers who want to build scalable, concurrent server applications quickly with a minimal set of tools. With server-side JavaScript, Node.js applications process and route web service requests from the client. With Node.js, you write asynchronous callback functions to handle results when they are complete. The Node.js runtime is packaged with many utility modules that you can use to create and extend your applications. A Node.js package consists of one or more modules. Developers rely on third-party packages to extend Node.js. You can use the npm application to manage Node.js packages in your Node.js framework installation. Express is a back-end framework that works with Node.js to abstract low-level detail. Middleware comes in several types. Some of these are application level, router level, error handling, built-in middleware, and third-party. Cloud computing is the delivery of on-demand computing resources over the Internet on a pay-as-you-go basis. Resources are dynamically assigned and reassigned among multiple users and scale up and down in response to users' needs. Cloud service providers give users choice with a host of services, including infrastructure, platform, and software services. Networking capabilities in the cloud are delivered as a service rather than in the form of physical rack-mounted devices. Virtualization is the process of creating a software-based version of physical resources made possible through the use of hypervisors. Cloud resources such as virtual machines, storage, network connectivity, and load balancers are deployed into subnets within virtual private clouds. Cloud infrastructure consists of data centers, storage, networking components, and compute resources. Containers are an executable unit of software in which application code is packaged, along with its libraries and dependencies, in common ways so that it can be run anywhere. Desktops, traditional IT, or the cloud. Containers are lighter weight and consume fewer resources than virtual machines, helping streamline the development and deployment of cloud-native applications. DevOps is a collaborative approach that enables development and operations teams to deliver software continuously in fast, iterative cycles while reducing overhead and duplication. DevOps tools, practices, and processes help tackle the complexities and challenges posed by the cloud, allowing solutions to be delivered and updated quickly and reliably. Cloud-native applications are applications that are built or refactored to work in the cloud environment. These applications, developed using DevOps methodologies, consist of microservices packaged in containers that can run in any environment, making it possible to create and update features quickly and efficiently. Application modernization helps organizations accelerate their digital transformation, take advantage of new technologies and services, and become more responsive to changing market dynamics. Cloud computing is one of the key enablers of application and modernization. In this video, you learned IBM Coursera courses have covered essential skills and knowledge. And if this content isn't familiar, it's worthwhile to review it. Welcome to Interview Rehearsal. After watching this video, you'll be able to explain why it's important to rehearse for job interviews, describe types of material to develop and prepare for an interview, and rehearse verbal components of an interview effectively. While you're applying for jobs, you can also begin to prepare for interviews. You don't need to have an interview scheduled to begin preparing. It's always helpful to have some groundwork done so that when you schedule an interview, you'll be ready to go. One of the best ways to prepare is to rehearse what you will say and do. Many people neglect this step, but it can make a big difference in making a great impression. If you're well prepared for your interview, you've gathered all kinds of information. This would be enough if you were able to submit a research paper to your interviewers, but instead, you'll have to tell them your answers verbally. There's a lot of difference between knowing information and being able to smoothly present it. You can bridge that gap by rehearsing your delivery and presentation. This is important for interviewing and also a soft skill that you will use in almost any role. To recap, an elevator pitch is a brief introduction of yourself and your goals. Essentially, it should be about 3 or 4 sentences that include your name and title, your recent experience, and what you're currently looking for in a job. This is useful for networking and answering questions like, "Tell us about yourself." For example, you might say, "My name is Angela Menendez, and I'm a data scientist. For the past 2 years, I've worked in an entry-level role helping derive business insights from data using established models at an e-commerce company. I would eventually like to move into designing machine learning models, and I'm looking for a mid-level position with opportunities to work toward that goal." Once you've composed an elevator pitch, memorize it, and then practice saying it until it comes naturally. The easier it is for you to bring up and speak your elevator pitch, the more useful it will be to you. Look up some common interview questions and prepare answers for them. Every interview will have specific questions, but there are some questions that many interviewers use. These might include, "Why did you choose this field, and why are you interested in this job?" "Tell us about a time you solved a problem on a project and how you did it." "Where do you see yourself in 5 years?" You can find discussions of common interview questions on many websites. Research the questions, and then think about your own original answers to these questions. Don't forget that your own resume can be a good tool to trigger your memories of the skills you've used in the past and the tasks that you've worked on. Most interviews will include an opportunity for you to ask questions. Rather than relying on whatever you think of in the moment, prepare some questions ahead of time. Remember that interviewing is a two-way street and include the following. Use your notes from researching the company and people to customize your questions. Ask about the product, the company structure, recent news releases, and so on. Ask questions related to your career plans and work style, such as whether the team works closely or independently, or about the promotion path from this role. When you've composed your questions, practice asking them aloud. The more comfortable you can get with this, the easier it will be for you to really hear the answers and respond. When you've prepared your questions, answers, and your elevator pitch, rehearse them all. Spend time reading them aloud, then paraphrasing them. It's not necessary to memorize all of this, but practice until you feel very comfortable speaking from your notes. Watch yourself in a mirror to see whether you have nervous habits and so that you learn to make eye contact. Record yourself and watch or listen to see how you might sound to others. Doing the work to rehearse is like a secret weapon in the interview process. So many candidates don't bother with this step that rehearsing will give you a real advantage in confidence and poise. When you feel comfortable with your performance, enlist a friend to help you practice. Ask them to hold a mock interview with you, where they ask you some interview questions so that you can rehearse verbalizing your answers. This is a big help in making your answers sound natural and in helping you to be able to think of your answers when you're under the stress of a real interview. If you feel comfortable, allow your friend to ask you questions you haven't researched already to practice coming up with answers quickly. You can also practice asking the questions you plan to ask during the interview so that you're comfortable with the wording. In this video, you learned rehearsal before an interview can help you become comfortable with presenting yourself. It's helpful to practice an elevator pitch as well as answers to common questions and questions you want to ask. There are many techniques to enhance your rehearsal, including conducting a mock interview. Taking time to rehearse and prepare yourself is well worth the effort. It takes some of the stress out of interviewing and will really help you stand out from the other candidates. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Job Interview Prep. In this video, your experts will share their insights and recommendations that describe the most important actions you can take to prepare for software engineering job interviews.
Preparation for an interview is key. It's really obvious as an interviewer when someone hasn't prepared. Now, I'm not talking reading War and Peace and researching absolutely everything about the company and the individual, but at least take a look at the LinkedIn profile of the person that's interviewing you. Have a look at some latest press releases, perhaps a company report, and come with some relevant questions and criteria to ask the business as well.
In terms of preparing for these interviews, since we know it could be a lengthy process, the best advice I can give anybody who's going to be going on interviews is to study, study, study. Now, this isn't just something that I would say for a new developer or new engineer. This is something that many of us who have been working for a while have to do. The interview process is just so rigorous, and at times it can be different than what we actually do for our daily jobs. I cannot sit here and tell you that I use all kinds of algorithms every single day at work. So when it comes time to apply for roles, it's something that I have to intentionally sit down to study. So just as you would be studying with doing those HackerRank or LeetCode or those problem solving questions where you're using code to figure out a specific problem, I would be doing the same exact thing. Something that I like to do is create a study plan for myself. And once I know what kind of role I'm going for and what the interview process might look like, making sure that I am up to date on all of my data structures and algorithms and being able to solve those different kinds of problems, but also not just being able to solve those problems, because there might be an instance where I get stuck a little bit. It's also an important skill to be able to talk out your problem out loud. This is something that you can practice at home when you're doing problems, is just talking through the problem. That way, if you get to a point in an interview where you might get stuck or need a little help, at least your interviewer knows where your mind is. You don't want to be silent in an interview while you're working. You want to walk through your process of how you're getting from point A to point B is. A lot of times people are nice, so they might offer you a little bit of help. And if they can hear what your thought process is and they offer you help, they can at least hear how you're processing that and what your steps to move forward might be, even if you don't 100% get that question answered. I think working at it every day, or at least consistently, is a lot better than doing 5 challenge problems on one day and then 1 challenge problem the next week, and not having anything in there. A lot of this programming interview study prep is about consistency and about having it in front of you all the time so that you get used to seeing these kind of questions. Anxiety during interviews is something that is no joke and a lot of people face, but at least getting used to the style of questions that you might be asked, or even having somebody ask you questions out loud, even if they're not technical, and just practicing how you're going to convey things that you know. How are you going to talk about the projects that you've created? How are you going to talk about the impact that you had on the teams that you worked on? How are you going to be able to talk about these technologies? It's all about studying and practicing, and practice makes progression.
Welcome to overview of the interview process. After watching this video, you'll be able to identify the factors that affect the interview process, list some of the common steps of an interview process, and describe what you can expect in different stages of interviewing. Each job interview is unique. Several factors can make the interview process very different, even within the same company. These factors include the size of the company and the company culture, the size of the working team or department, the number of positions to be filled, and the type of position. An interview at a large company will often be very different from an interview at a small company, and the interview process for an entry-level position will be different from a lead or a higher-level position. This is good to remember when you try to anticipate what to expect. After you apply and are accepted as a candidate for a position, job interviews typically follow a pattern of steps. Let's look at one common pattern. If a company is interested in a candidate for a technical position, they will often give a code challenge or technical test to complete. This is the first chance a candidate will have to show their skills. For a technical role, it's crucial for a company to make sure a candidate has the necessary abilities to perform the job. Usually, a candidate will have to do well on these screens to proceed further. The next stage of the interview process involves a few different types of interviews. In a team interview, the candidate may speak with a team leader or project manager and possibly other team members to see if they can work together well and the candidate understands the role. Human resource screens usually focus on the company's definition of a role and sometimes the company policies. A technical interview is often an expansion on the initial technical screens, in which a candidate may discuss skills in more depth and discuss the technical aspects of the job. Candidates may complete any number of these screens. If a candidate does well in the previous steps, they may be given a final interview. In the final interview, the candidate may meet higher-level managers and will likely talk in more depth and detail about the role. They may be asked more situational and behavioral questions and have one last chance to ask any questions to clarify the role and understand the company. After this, the company will decide whether or not to make an offer. In this video, you learned that many factors can affect an interview process. Many interview processes have first round, second round, and final interviews. Each round of interviews has some predictable features to prepare for. Remember, every employer has a particular way of conducting job interviews. You will learn more about how to prepare for your interviews in other lessons. Regardless of the order and stages involved in the interview process, be prepared to understand the process and what you can do to make the best impression. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, a typical interview cycle. In this video, you'll learn about the typical interview cycle software developers are likely to experience and get recommendations for making a good impression.
When it comes to assessing candidates for developer roles in my team, I like to structure it in 2 interviews. The first interview is a half-an-hour conversation, technical conversation, and it will be the candidate, myself as the hiring manager, and one of my senior developers as well. And we will alternate asking questions to the candidate. Generally speaking, in this first interview, we're basically focusing on technical aspects. So we'll ask questions about their previous experiences, projects they worked on, some code that they wrote, if they made it available on, let's say, GitHub. And so it's more technical in nature. I do shy away from questions that are too algorithmic or too brain teasers, like how many golf balls exist in New York City or something like that. We don't do that kind of stuff. We ask things that are relevant to the job and relevant to the candidate existing experience. And then for the best candidates, the candidates that have the most promise for the job, we will promote them to a second interview. And the second interview is an hour long, and it's with myself and my manager, who will be the second line manager for the candidates. And in this second interview, we focus on soft skills. We focus on communication, ambitions, and it's really a way for the candidate to learn more about what we do, the kind of team we are, what's our mission, and so on. So it's a great way for the candidate to be sold on the idea of the team more than us learning a lot more about the candidate, because usually by then we already have a pretty decent idea about the candidates. Now you have to keep in mind that different companies have different approaches. A lot of large companies like to have these gruesome, 5-hour interviews or multiple rounds of interviews, and it's I don't think it's very fair to the candidates. I don't think it's a great experience for the candidates. So we try to shy away from that. We try to stay away. But I do know that you might encounter that. And if you really want a job at one such company, you unfortunately may have to go through that process. The process doesn't change for the role as far as my team is concerned. I mostly hire developers and data scientists, but we do also occasionally interview and hire people who are skilled in marketing or UX design and so on. So those people don't have basically any different, the experience is the same. They don't have any different experience in the process. Just the questions are different. Obviously, if you're interviewing a UX candidate will ask them for UX questions as opposed to development questions. But other than that, the process is the same. Half an hour, easy interview, and then we proceed to the next interview, which is soft skill based, if you are very likely to get the job.
What does a typical interview process look like? There isn't a typical interview process. For every company, every country, every role, it varies. And it varies for a reason. It varies because we're looking for different skills, we're looking for different individuals, and we can't assess everybody in the same way. So you've really got to think about what is it that we're looking for. And this can be anything from language checks, coding language checks, skills checks, assessments, interviews, competency-based assessments, behavioural-based assessments. There's so many different areas here. Now, the good news is that a good interview and selection process is here to find the very best of you, but also find the areas of development of you. It isn't trying to put multiple hurdles in to catch you out. It's trying to find the full you and the full view of you. When I'm hiring, I want to understand the good and the maybe not perfect of an individual so that I understand what a development program and plan could look like for that individual to be perfect and to be outstanding. So look at these as more opportunities to show how good you are, not as opportunities for the company to say how bad you are.
My number one tip for preparing for an interview is to really research the company. Start with a job post and trying to figure out as much information as you can from that job post. Then if you already know who are the people who are going to interview you, research them, trying to figure out, what are they about, what are they passionate about. If someone is obsessed with Python and he's the interviewer, maybe brush up a little on Python, right? But in general, do research the company, trying to figure out what the team is about, what is the mission statement for the company, who's the CEO, trying to understand a little bit about the kind of environment you might potentially go into. And I think this will bode well for you during the interview because it shows that you're prepared, and you will be more likely to have sound questions for the inevitable part when they ask you, do you have any questions for us? That's a very good time to showcase that you've done your research. For me, a red flag is if the candidate does not know anything about the company, the job. They barely skimmed the job posting. And it's not a deal breaker per se. I think it's still possible that someone who didn't do much of a research will still get a job. But in general, I would discourage that approach. It's not a great first impression, in my opinion.
Interviews are about a first impression, and you want to make sure you give your best first impression. So during the interview, just think about how distracting it is when I'm tapping my foot as we're talking. That's what an interviewer has to deal with, and it can be really distracting. So if you need to, sit on your hands, cross your hands, hold a drink, hold some paper, do something to help you calm your nerves. A good interviewer will recognize you're nervous and will help you. So don't let nerves get the better of you. It's also important that you think about how you say things and what you're doing. So think about the tone of voice, think about what you're doing with your hands. I speak with my hands a lot. So I've got them crossed in front of me, and I'm doing my very best not to fling them around in front of the camera. But think about how you speak in an interview and how you put yourself across. Things like body language is really important. Are you sat back, slumped, not really interested? Or are you sat forward, engaged, and mirroring the body language and behaviours of the person interviewing you?
In this interview, Cindy has applied for the position of software engineer. The interviewer is Antonio Cangiano, a skills network engineering manager and AI specialist at IBM. Please note that, like in any interview, not all answers may be correct, but focus on how the interviewee answers the questions.
Hi, Michelle. My name is Antonio Cangiano, and if you were to be hired for this position at IBM, I would be your manager. Why don't we get started with you telling us a little bit about yourself and how did you get started in technology?
Okay, nice to meet you. I'm Michelle Saltoon. I just finished my second year at York University, and I got started in technology actually in grade 10, where I played a lot of games and I wanted to try making my own game. So I joined the computer science class, and I really enjoyed making my own game. So I continued with computer science in high school. And ever since that first game I created, I started becoming a lot more involved in the technical community. And so I joined a lot of hackathons, and I created a lot of projects where I got more involved with different aspects of technology. For example, I recently created a Chrome extension, which was really fun.
Awesome.
And just generally, I love experimenting with the new technologies because there is such a wide range of what you can do out there.
What did this Chrome extension do?
So this is actually an extension that changed the language of every web page, and so it was intended as a way to help you learn new languages.
Oh, interesting.
So yeah.
Okay, so Michelle, I'm going to ask you some technical questions. No worries, they're fairly easy. What are your two favorite programming languages?
My two favorite programming languages are Java and Python. Java was the first language I learned, but generally it is very easy to learn, and it's very easy to use, which because it's so easy to learn and to use, it makes it a lot easier to debug and to maintain any programs you have. As well, I like that it's object-oriented, so it makes it a lot easier to create more modular programs. And Python I personally like because of how, what a wide range of things it could do, because it's very popular, so it has a lot of libraries. Mm-hmm. So there's a large variety of what you can do. For example, you can web scrape, you could do data science, you can do machine learning, and because there's such a wide variety, it makes it easier to do these things without having the hassle of having to learn a new language.
Okay, and what are some of the technical differences between the two?
Well, Java and Python they're two different programs. So Java is compiled, and so it's run into the Java virtual machine where it compiles, and this makes it faster than Python, because Python is a language that's interpreted. And so this makes Java faster, but also, as I mentioned, Java is more object-oriented, whereas Python isn't necessarily. So you could have an object-oriented design with Python, but it's not necessarily As well, this is more in-depth and more specific, but with multi-threading, it's really good in Python because it is, it's better in Java because Java is faster, and so it's really good at running concurrent programs, whereas because Python is interpreted, it's not as good as doing concurrent programs, so this wouldn't be a language of choice for this. The last thing I think I should highlight is Python is dynamically typed, so you don't have to say what the variable is because that's done at runtime, whereas with Java you have to specify. So those are the major technical differences, but of course there's also like syntax and other smaller differences between the two.
What about space indentation?
Right, so with Python, instead of having to use brackets, it's based on space, so if you have the wrong spacing, then it will create an error, whereas with Java it's not the case.
What do you think is an advantage and disadvantage of that approach?
Well, I think with Java it makes it easier. So if you want to combine like text, it does make it easier. With Python, it's a little harder, but it makes it easier to read. So it's harder to catch some errors, but it does make it easier in some ways.
More readable.
Yes.
Okay, very good. So Michelle, if I were to open my browser, let's say Google Chrome, and type ibm.com and then press enter, after a couple of seconds I will see IBM's home page. What happens in between me pressing enter and me seeing the home page?
Well, ibm.com, what it has to do is it has to get to the server that's hosting ibm.com. So the way this happens is ibm.com is actually mapped to an IP address. And this IP address is the address of the server hosting ibm.com. And the way it does this is through DNS lookup. And so what happens is initially DNS lookup just looks for a map of ibm.com to an IP address or to any domain name to an IP address. So what happens is through DNS lookup, first it'll search up your cache, and I believe it's 3 or 4 caches that it searches up. So it searches your browser cache, your OS cache, and 1 or 2 other ones that I'm not too familiar with. But what it does with this, if it finds it, it continues on, but if it doesn't, it'll do a recursive search through a bunch of DNS servers to find the correct mapping. If it doesn't find one, it'll just say it's unable to find the IP address. Otherwise, if it does find it, what happens is it has to establish a connection to the server. And so the way it does this is it depends on the type of domain it is. So for example, HTTP or HTTPS. And so based on this, it uses a certain protocol to establish connection between your device and the server of ibm.com. And once it does this, it can then send a GET request to get the web page, and then it loads this onto your computer.
One of the best answers I got to this question.
Thank you.
Now, what's the difference between HTTP and HTTPS? Specifically, what's the point? Why do we bother with HTTPS?
Well, HTTPS, the S stands for secure. And so it encrypts the data between what you're sending to the server. And so this will prevent it from having a middleman attack. So for example, if I'm shopping and if I'm entering my credit card information, I don't want that data to be taken by someone else. So I want this to be encrypted. I want this to be secure.
Perfect.
Thank you.
This interview continues in Software Engineer Mock Interview, Part 2. In this interview, Cindy has applied for the position of software engineer. The interviewer is Antonio Cangiano, a skills network engineering manager and AI specialist at IBM. Please note that, like in any interview, not all answers may be correct, but focus on how the interviewee answers the questions.
So you mentioned that we are sending a GET request to the server. Yeah. What's the difference between a GET and a POST request?
Well, a GET request is used to read data. So what it does is there's a key value pair, and so this is sent through the URL of the request, whereas POST is used to create or to update data. So it takes this key value pair of whatever you're creating or you're updating, and it sends this in the body of the request. So they're 2 different functionalities, and they work differently.
So why would it be a bad idea to use a GET request for a, let's say, a login form?
By login form, I'm assuming you mean like username, password?
Yeah.
Right. So with this, as I mentioned, GET request puts the data in the URL. And so this is stored in your cache. This could be bookmarked. This is like, it's stored in the URL. And so because your password and your login information is sensitive information, you don't want that to be stored. You don't want to be able to bookmark that page or to go back to that page. With a post request, since it's sent in the body of the data, this isn't stored in the same way, so it's not cached. You can't bookmark the page. So it's much safer because you wouldn't be able to log in using someone else's credentials if you logged in the first time.
Okay, and get and post are only two of the possible HTTP verbs.
Yeah.
Two other popular ones are put and post. Sorry, get and post for sure.
Yeah.
Then there's put and delete.
Yeah.
Do you know the difference between post and put?
I believe put just creates the data and post creates or updates the data.
The other way around.
Other way around, okay, yeah, so I'm mistaken. I haven't used it that much, but...
Post, typically, if you're using a RESTful, it's more of a convention than a rule, but if you're using a RESTful web service, for example, or a RESTful approach, you would have a post for the creation of a new resource and put to update that resource.
Okay.
So we spoke a little bit about web security, and one of the main concerns with web forms is SQL injection or SQL injection.
Okay.
Do you know what it is and how can we prevent it?
Honestly, I haven't used SQL that much, so I'm not too familiar with SQL injections.
Okay, that's not a problem. We can move to the next question. Okay. Nobody knows the answer to all the questions, that's for sure. So we were saying that you sent a request to the server responds, you see the web page, all good. Now, when the web server responds, usually it will give you also an HTTP status code, for example, 200. And these response codes go from 100 all the way to 500s. Yeah. And so do you know what each family, 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, do?
200s I'll start with because you mentioned. 200s are success codes, so yeah. Obviously everyone's favorite.
Obviously.
Yes. And so there's success message. So for example, if you send a GET request or a POST request, it'll say this was successful. Yeah. 100s are informational requests. So for example, continue, just saying what's happening currently with the server. 400 and 500s are errors. So 400s are client errors. So for example, if you typed the wrong URL or if the URL was, is incorrect. Whereas 500s are server errors. So if the URL was moved, for example, or an issue on the server side. 300 I haven't gotten, so I'm not too familiar with.
Redirects?
Redirects, right. So it'll redirect you to, for example, if a URL was moved permanently, it'll redirect you to what it is.
Okay. Do you know what 404 is?
404 is not found. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Very good.
Thank you.
This interview continues in Software Engineer Mock Interview, Part 3. In this interview, Cindy has applied for the position of software engineer. The interviewer is Antonio Cangiano, a skills network engineering manager and AI specialist at IBM. Please note that, like in any interview, not all answers may be correct, but focus on how the interviewee answers the questions.
So I saw in your resume that you mentioned React. By the way, it's a very impressive resume.
Thank you.
What are the differences between React and, let's say, plain JavaScript? Like, why would we bother with the React?
Well, plain JavaScript is a language, so it's similar to Python or Java, and it's more versatile, whereas React is a library. So with JavaScript, you could do a lot more. For example, you could do backend with JavaScript. React is intended for frontend, and so for frontend, the differences are JavaScript is a lot more versatile, and so there's no structure you have to use. You can structure it in any way you want, whereas with React, you have to structure the user interface as required. And something else to mention is with JavaScript, all the data is stored into the DOM. And so this makes it easy to get lost. In order to retrieve the data, you have to find the correct DOM. And so it makes it easier to get lost, and it makes it harder to maintain JavaScript. Whereas with React, it's just stored in normal JavaScript variables because it is a library of JavaScript. And so it makes it easier to maintain and easier to use. Even though you do have to follow this certain structure, it does make it easier in that sense.
Do you know what the virtual DOM is?
The virtual DOM I'm not too familiar with, no.
Okay. That's okay. No worries. So, Michelle, could you tell me a project that you're particularly proud of?
So I actually worked on a project recently, and it was, I think I'm on month 5 of it, but it's essentially, it takes a music XML file, and it converts that into sheet music, which can be displayed as sheet music. It can be customized, and it could also be played by a virtual instrument. And so it took me a while to work on, but we're getting somewhere, and it's really fun to work on.
So do you play any instruments?
I play the guitar and the piano.
Okay. And was this a group project or something that you did on your own?
This was a group project, so it was me and 4 other members.
So what was specifically your contribution to the project?
So with me, as I mentioned, I'm parsing a music XML file. So the way we created the project is I was the one who took the file and I was the one who parsed it. And then after that, we had to create it into the virtual instrument to have the sound outputted and to be displayed properly as sheet music. So I worked on the entire parser, and then I also helped out when I was finished with that with displaying the sheet music. So I used JavaFX as a library to be able to display and to render the music properly.
So the project was built in Java?
Yes.
And what were some of the challenges?
One of the main challenges, I wasn't working on the sound output, but the teammates who were doing it, the issue was when you clicked play, everything would freeze. Okay. And so you couldn't be able to do anything else. And this was a very big problem, especially if you were playing, for example, a 2-minute song where you'd have to wait to see anything. And so this is actually how I learned about multi-threading. So through this, it was fun getting to learn about new things. But the way we solved this is we put this into an asynchronous function. So the playing would go on in the background or in one thread, while everything else you do would go into another. So you were able to interact with the program, and for example, to move to a certain music measure in the program while playing. And so it was challenging to figure out how, because you have to do the research, but it's really fun in the end. It was exciting to get it to work.
Awesome.
This concludes the Software Engineer Mock Interview series. Welcome to Coding Challenges in Software Engineering. After watching this video, you'll be able to describe what a coding challenge is, summarize the process of taking a coding challenge, and discuss what skills might be tested. If an interview process includes a coding challenge or take-home questions, it's likely to be one of the most important steps in the process. It usually occurs after the initial screening phase, although it's sometimes the first step. In a coding challenge, you will work on a problem at home on your own time and then turn it into the interviewers for review. They may send you files to work with or a URL where you can work on a problem online. This step is intended to showcase your problem-solving and coding skills. For many software engineering roles, there may be one or more coding challenges. Full-stack assessments are meant to assess both the front-end and back-end development capabilities of a developer. Developers are often provided with a problem statement that includes partially completed code and asked to create a synthesized solution. These assessments simulate real-life job environments and everyday problems. Each organization will have its own technology stack, and the assessments for that company's positions will be based on the skills necessary for it. For example, the role of a full-stack Python developer may, at times, require knowing about the combination of Django and MySQL, or the combination of Flask and PostgreSQL, depending on the specific framework and database that the company is using. A comprehensive assessment usually covers different combinations of technologies. Coding challenge goals may differ from company to company. For example, sometimes the coding challenge is directed and requirements clearly state the goal and how to achieve it. In this type of test, be careful to follow all directions correctly. On the other hand, some challenges are open-ended, with a target but no expectation about how it will be achieved. You may be tempted to try an ambitious solution to show off as many skills as possible. Usually, however, it's more impressive to keep the scope narrow but finish all the requirements thoroughly. In this situation, it's better to do one thing well than to do many things poorly. Sometimes companies will purposefully make their requirements vague to see how you approach the problem. In all of these cases, it is always best to ask questions because it shows you're thinking about the problem and not just making assumptions. When a company starts hiring for a position, they design or source a challenge based on the job description. Companies expect that once the candidate solves the challenge, they will not share the problem and its results with other job seekers. Furthermore, they may have policies about who legally owns the work that you complete for a code challenge. All of these details may be set out in a non-disclosure agreement, NDA, that you would be asked to sign. In this video, you learned that coding challenges may be an important part of the interview process. Skills that are tested for a role are likely to be based on the technology used at that company. And coding challenge questions may be different depending on the level and nature of the role. The coding challenge provides an excellent opportunity for you to showcase your ability to work on a project. If you take your time, follow directions, and do your best, it can be a real asset for your job search. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Tech Screen Expectations. In this video, you'll learn about technical screenings and what to expect during this part of the interview process.
Many companies will have different ways of screening candidates. So they will give you some technical tests like code challenges. They will give you some code assignments, homework that you can do at home. Personally, as far as my team is concerned, I try to avoid code assignments because even though they can be effective, I feel they're not very fair to the candidate. They demand a lot of the candidate who might have applied to many companies. And unless you're paying them for their time, I don't think it's very fair. But as someone who applies for jobs, you might need to be prepared for that. It's possible that some companies will demand some kind of homework from you. And it's up to you to decide whether it's worth it because you really want to work for the company or not. In terms of quizzes and technical questions that will be sent so that you can take them online before an interview process to screen you. Even IBM has some of those for certain positions. And so it would be good for you to brush up on that. So it would be good for you to go online. There are many sites where you can take code challenges and so on. And so it would be good for you to prepare a little bit in the possibility that you will be faced with such a screening so that you can get to the point where you're in the interview stage and then you can really shine and show what you're about. Personally, even for positions that require that series of quizzes, technical quizzes, I don't put too much stock in that. For me, it's more about the candidate, how they communicate, the kind of experience, whether they're passionate, whether they have potential, all those things, which I tend to determine more from their portfolio, their code on GitHub, their interview. I don't put too much stock in those kind of screenings. But as a developer applying for jobs, you will be facing some of these challenges, so you might have to put up with it, unfortunately. I hope that the industry will grow up a little in the future and will get rid of some of those.
When thinking about a technical screen, these can range from company to company, but you might encounter a few different kinds of technical screens. The first one that's very common is challenge problems or technical problems. These will be short problems, or they could be a little bit longer, where you are challenged to solve a specific problem with an algorithm or data structure combination through code. These can be challenges that we see on LeetCode or on HackerRank, short questions like that. You also may encounter a whiteboarding session where you and your interviewer may not be specifically writing code, but you will be just walking through your code on a whiteboard or virtually about how you may go about solving that problem in pseudocode. You may also encounter a take-home challenge. This could be something where you are creating an application like a painting app, for instance, in the browser, and you are given a certain amount of requirements that it has to have, but they ask you at the end to create one feature that is specific to your app, where they'll see what kind of creativity you have or something just really cool that you could implement. The best way to study for these, I say, is to practice, especially for the challenge problems that are using data structures and algorithms. YouTube videos, the LeetCode and HackerRank websites, anywhere where you can really just study what those data structures and algorithms problems are, but also what they do and how you can implement them in multiple scenarios is really useful. I like to say that doing one a day, even if that's the minimum that you can do, or one every other day, just being consistent and getting those data structures and algorithms information in front of you on a consistent basis is better than doing 5 one day and not doing any for a whole week. I think it's all about consistency. The thing that I think that candidates should keep in mind when they're on technical screens is that interviews are not about perfection, and I think a vast majority of interviewers would say this. We know that you might have anxiety, or you might be a little bit scared about the interview, or maybe even you prepared so hard for this interview and then as soon as you step in, you might just draw a blank. Things happen. This interview process really is to see more so about how you think, about how you solve problems, about what your thought process is like. I can tell you for 100% certainty, there is not a day where I don't Google something. So I don't expect somebody to walk into an interview and just know everything off the top of their head, especially because I myself still have to research things, even things that I have already researched before or have already practiced. So having that grace and just knowing, hey, we're not looking for perfection, but if you can explain to me how you might think about solving this problem, or maybe even if I could give you a hint and we could move forward that way, even if we don't have 100% of the code and you can tell me how things would play out, I think that that's more important than having every single line of code correct.
Welcome to Final Interview. After watching this video, you'll be able to prepare for a final interview, recognize typical interview questions, explain the STAR method for answering questions, and formulate questions to ask in an interview. If you have done well in the interview process so far, you may be asked back for a final interview. This is traditionally done live on-site, although currently many companies are opting for a virtual video interview. This is where you must differentiate yourself and make a case for how you will be the best fit for the role. A little preparation will help you show yourself to your best advantage. On the night before your interview, read through your resume and cover letter, review the job description, company, and any other notes you've made. Be sure you're familiar with everything that you have mentioned in your resume. Rehearse your elevator pitch and question answers. Plan your appearance ahead of time so your grooming and clothing are in top condition. Generally, you should wear professional attire for a job interview. For men, this might mean a suit jacket, slacks, and tie in some settings. Often, tech companies run a casual office, so do not dress too formally. For women, a blouse, dress pants, or a business dress is appropriate. You should avoid wearing anything bright or flashy that may be distracting. Your hair should be neat. Light makeup is optional. If your interview is virtual, you will still need to dress professionally for the camera. Test your equipment ahead of time to make sure your camera and microphone are functional and your internet connection is stable. Try to get a good night's sleep. When you wake up, have breakfast, coffee, and exercise if that's part of your routine. You want to make sure you're comfortable and alert. Dress and groom yourself so that you will look professional and at your best. If your interview is taking place on-site, plan the route that will take you to the location and your transportation. Calculate how much travel time you'll need, including traffic patterns, finding parking, and checking in at the building. Allow plenty of time to ensure that you're not late. A technical interview is often very different from any other job interview. Technical interviews typically include role-related technical questions, behavioral questions, and situational questions. There may also be hands-on problem-solving questions or even trick questions. Interviewers often begin with questions about your technical knowledge, skills, and experience. Show your ability to communicate technical concepts in an easy-to-understand manner and describe your work processes. Some technical interview questions have several possible answers. For these, explain your problem-solving process and make it clear that you understand multiple methods to reach a solution. Interviewers may ask situational questions and behavioral questions to learn more about how you will fit in with the project team and the company culture. They also want to know how you will approach work situations or solve problems. To effectively answer these questions, use the STAR method. The STAR method helps you explain how you handle specific work challenges in a simple yet powerful way. The STAR format stands for situation, task, action, and result. Situation, the project or challenge you faced. Task, your responsibility in the situation and what you specifically needed to solve. Action, the steps or procedure you followed to solve the problem and the decisions you made. And result, what happened after you acted, preferably in quantifiable terms. Here is a common situational question you can expect during a technical interview with an example of how to answer it with the STAR method. Can you tell us about the most recent project you worked on? I was on a team that was tasked with moving a database to a new server. Situation. I was in charge of increasing the query speed of the new deployment. Task. I employed a data optimizer, made sure the indexes were improved, and updated the software. Action. And this brought a 40% increase in query response time. Result. Interviewers may also ask behavioral interview questions. With these questions, the interviewer wants to find out how you would respond to certain workplace challenges that may arise. Here are a few behavioral interview questions. What would you do if you were asked to perform a task and weren't sure how to complete it? Tell me about a time when you went above and beyond your expected tasks while working on a project. And how would you overcome the challenge of working with a difficult coworker on a team project? If the interviewer asks a question and you need additional information to properly answer it, ask for more information. This will show the interviewer you aren't afraid to ask for clarification when you need it. At the end of your interview, you will be given a chance to ask the interviewer some questions. This is your chance to show how serious you are about the role and that you have done some homework. It's also a chance to see whether you will really want to step into this role at this company. Here are some questions that you can ask the interviewer. What's the next step in the interview hiring process? How long does your recruitment process usually take? What are the primary responsibilities of the position? What would my day-to-day routine look like if I got the job? And what can you tell me about the job apart from what was in the description? There are some questions that you should avoid, too. Here are some examples. How many holidays do you offer? Do you have long working hours? Do you have another open position? And what does the company do? Generally, it's best to avoid questions that make it look as though you are uninterested, careless, or ill-informed. It's also best not to ask very specific questions about compensation, although it's usually fine to ask about a range or pay scale and general questions about benefits. They're serious about considering you if you reach this point, so they should be willing to give you this information. However, it's not the time to negotiate it. You'll have a chance to consider if you get an offer. In this video, you learned that making sure you arrive at an interview prepared and at your best is a good idea. There are several types of questions you can expect at a final interview. Using the STAR method helps you give substantial answers to situational questions. And you can get important information by asking questions in an interview, but there are questions you should avoid. Final interviews can be stressful. But with the right preparation, you can put your best foot forward and make the case that you will be a great fit for the role and a positive addition to the team. Welcome to interviewing, discussing a project. After watching this video, you'll be able to explain the importance of discussing your past projects in technical job interviews, describe some effective techniques for discussing projects in an interview, and detail some specific parts and aspects of projects that are important to mention. In an interview for a technical role such as software engineer, an interviewer wants you to demonstrate that you have the necessary skills and knowledge to handle a complex project. A great way to convince them is to discuss projects you have worked on in the past, so it's a good idea to learn how to discuss a project effectively. You'll want to emphasize that you have a good understanding of the project's structure and how it fits together. You've handled a variety of technical skills and concepts well, and you can communicate effectively. Since you're not likely to have time to talk about every aspect of the project, begin by highlighting the biggest technical challenge that you encountered during the project. This can help engage the interviewer and provide a context for the rest of your story. Also, describe the application domain of your project and the basic need the project fulfilled. It can also help to discuss why you chose to talk about this project. Next, outline the project's structure. If the project had multiple modules, mention them. You can also describe the overall flow or process the project went through. This will give the interviewer more context and clarity about your project. Finally, explain the advantages of your project and its main functionality. Briefly discuss what the project was meant to do, the problem it was meant to solve, and why it was a good solution. Be ready to talk about whether the project was successful or not, and why. Sometimes graphical representations will provide a clearer understanding, so if you have graphs, flowcharts, or similar materials, they can be helpful. Next, describe the tools, technologies, and platforms that were used in your project. This will enable the interviewer to understand the working process of the project and the professional skills you developed. Moreover, interviewers may ask you deeper questions about the tools, giving you the opportunity to highlight your confidence in those areas. Answer the technical questions starting from the project structure. You may also want to organize your information into functional categories, such as user interface, application logic and business services, external services, database, and DevOps processes. Be sure to prepare for this part of the interview by going over your project tools and technologies ahead of time and making sure you understand it in detail. If you have used third-party services, check the knowledge base or your documentation. Sum up your project description by explaining what the project accomplished. If you developed new software, explain how it addressed specific needs or solved a problem. Detail your tasks within the project that addressed problems and overcame obstacles, or expand on what resources you went to for help. Make sure your interviewer understands the code that you wrote and its function. Whenever you can, align the experience with the skills required for the role you're interviewing for. The focus of your discussion should be on your ability to tackle problems on your own, work hard on your mistakes, and develop creative solutions. It should detail how your experience helped you grow as a developer, particularly in your ability to handle negative feedback and confront challenges as they arise, and how it will position you for the future. Next, explain how you approached testing and following up on the project. Describe the functionality that you wanted to build and how you knew those needs were met, including how you tested your own feature specifications. One way to answer would be to relate the specifics about your automated tests and manual tests and how you made them or verified that the validation was successful. Talk about any procedures or tools that you use to test and monitor your code, to log failures, to analyze code for common mistakes, or anything else that would be able to show your capacity to detect bugs in production tests. This helps you to prove your understanding of keeping software reliable. Finally, give a quick summary of what you personally learned from working on the project. Include new skills and technology you learned and developed. Also, discuss anything you learned about soft skills such as problem solving or solution design and teamwork. Don't forget to analyze what you learned from mistakes or unsuccessful work as well as talking about your successes. Try to be succinct but thorough. In this video, you learned being able to discuss projects effectively is a crucial skill when interviewing for technical jobs. And a good project description explains the overall project, details the technologies used, describes your accomplishments, and discusses testing and follow-up, and summarizes personal learning. Being able to discuss projects thoughtfully is a skill that will put you ahead of many other candidates, so it's worthwhile to take time to develop it. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Interviewing. In this video, you'll hear about the kinds of questions a candidate should ask and about behavioral questions a candidate might encounter.
When it comes to questions that you will ask during the interview, first let's clarify that it's important that you do ask some questions. It's not a great look if I say, do you have any questions for us? And you're like, no, I'm good. It doesn't make you come across as very interested in the job or very involved. So having some prepared questions that you like to ask is a good approach, in my opinion. And I would suggest that you keep the questions oriented towards the job, maybe the interviewer's experience. So I will often get asked things like, how do you like working at IBM? Or you worked at IBM for 15 years. What kept you there? Or, questions are basically show that you want to get a better feeling for what it's like, the experience of working there, what it's like to work for that company or for that particular team. So asking questions about the team or their team members. Another common question is to ask for breakdown of what the day-to-day life as a developer in the team works, like how does it work, what it looks like. So those kind of questions are all appropriate. There are plenty of inappropriate questions. I don't know what kind of examples I can make on video, but use your best judgment, obviously. Don't ask too personal questions, or don't ask questions that would clearly irritate someone. Like, don't ask questions that are intentionally confrontational. But do express your curiosity. Do ask questions related to the job, to the interviewer, to the team, to the experience working there, to the the overall experience. Obviously, you can ask about things like vacation time and those kind of things. But generally speaking, don't focus too much on questions that clearly makes it definite that you are more interested in taking than giving, right? So you want to strike a balance. So you can ask some of those questions, but don't make all the questions about, so what kind of benefits do I get? What's the vacation like? How does sick leave work? All those things. Don't focus too much on those because they might send the wrong message. They are legitimate questions, but maybe not the first questions you should be asking.
It's really important that you ask questions during an interview as well. Not only does it show the interviewer that you're keen and you're interested, but interviews are a two-way process. It's not just about the company picking you, it's about you picking the company as well. So you need to leave that interview or that series of interviews knowing if that's the company or if it's not the company for you. Some really good questions to ask are, what does success look like in the first 6 months of this role? Why did the previous person move on from this role, or why did the role come around? On the flip side, please don't ask questions like, what's your company's sick policy? How much days annual leave can I take? These are questions that I have been asked in my years of interviewing, and you do kind of wonder, where were they coming from? They may be important, but it's not the best first impression to put forward.
Most people who interview software developers will also ask behavioral questions. We tend to do so in the second soft skill interview as opposed to the first one. But behavioral questions that you can expect are things, there are some classic questions that almost all interviewers ask. They will ask you about a situation where you had trouble with a certain problem and you couldn't get out of it. What would you do in that situation? Or if you had a conflict with a colleague, how would you resolve it? There's a series, and you can Google them really. You can literally go and search for behavioral questions, interview questions, and see what are some of the suggested answers. But in general, I would say just be yourself, be true to yourself. Say the truth. Say you had a conflict. Say how did you go about resolving that conflict. That is not something that you should prepare too much for, in my opinion. I think if you're honest and just, don't give them the answer that you think they expect to hear from you. Instead, say how it is, how you actually behaved. It will come across as more genuine, and I think they will appreciate the honesty. Nevertheless, if you want to prepare for it, yes, you can definitely search. There is a set of very common behavioral questions that get asked by most interviewers. And, there are some suggestions for answers that tend to be considered to be good answers. But again, be yourself. Never be someone else. Never pretend to be someone else just for the purpose of trying to get a job. Personally, I try to ask behavioral questions only when I'm trying to clarify certain things. Like if I get a hunch that the candidate maybe has some problems with working in a team, for example, if they're very individualistic, if they're very focused on working on their own, which can be a good trait. It's good to be resourceful and being able to work on your own. But in a team, it's important to be able to work with others. And so if I sense somehow that the person won't be a good team player, I might ask and poke a little bit on, probe them on with questions about their behavior in certain circumstances where having teamwork skills would be beneficial, just to see that I'm not having the wrong impression about the candidate. So generally speaking, I don't just blankly ask for a bunch of behavioral questions. I tend to tailor them to fine-tune and understand better what the candidate is about. Like if I notice something in the candidate and it worries me a little bit, I will ask questions that are specific to that issue.
Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Negotiating an Offer. Many candidates find negotiating a job offer difficult and intimidating. In this video, you'll gain valuable advice to help you more comfortably manage the job offer negotiation process.
Negotiating salary is something that can be very daunting. I know that sometimes there can be a lot of fear with this process, fear that you're going to lose the offer if you were to negotiate, but it's important to remember that a negotiation is two or more parties coming together to try to come to an agreement about something. A company has reached out to you letting you know that they would like you to be on their team and they want to employ you and they want to work with you. So that should be the first thing that should make you excited. When in terms of negotiating, it's important to first say thank you so much for the offer. I'm so excited to work for the team, and just let them know what you would like to negotiate on your offer, whether it be more money or more restricted stock units, and offer that back to them. It's very likely that they'll say, hey, let me go ahead and take this back to the hiring manager or to the team and see what we can do in order to make this happen. A lot of times it's just all about respect. You are excited, you are just letting them know that you are so happy that they want to work with you, but there's just this one thing that you want to see if you can come to a middle terms or a common agreement about. A lot of times they will come back and say that they can accommodate what your request is, or if they say that they can't, a lot of times it will be a further negotiation of, I can't do that, but I can do this. Is this something that we can make work? It's two parties trying to come to the same consensus. And I think once we start to see it that way, rather than the fear of having an offer revoked, it gets a little bit easier. In full honesty, if a company were to revoke an offer because you negotiated, I don't think that it's a company that you would want to work for.
Negotiating an offer starts at the very start of the recruitment process and your application. Before you even apply, grab a bit of paper and write down your non-negotiables. Write down what's important and critical to you. Could it be salary, work location, working hours, flexibility, progression? It doesn't need to be any of those. It's what's important to you, and it's what do you not want to negotiate or compromise on. From that, you need to have those questions with your recruiter, with the hiring manager, with your interviewer. You need to have those conversations to identify if this is the one for you. Now, you should know most of the answers to those questions by the time you get to an offer. And the offer should be about how much are you willing to trade off on some of those items. Let's say flexibility was a big thing for you and you haven't quite got that level of flexibility from the company. What would you trade that with? Is it 1,000? Is it 10,000? Or is it not at all? Have a think about those areas and really make sure that you look at your what you're looking for in your next role, your non-negotiables, and make sure you work to those. When you're speaking to recruiters, put your case forward. Talk about what it is that you're looking for, what's important to you. You may have to sell yourself again. Might not be an interview, but if you can put forward a really compelling case of, I can do this, I can do this, I can do this, I can bring this, this is why I need to counter offer you and I need to ask for 2,000 more, whatever it might be. But have conviction, think about what you're going to say, and go in armed and equipped with reasons as to why you are worth what it is you're putting yourself forward for.
When it comes to negotiating an offer, my first advice is to have them make an offer in the first place. So have them make the offer and then counteract it. Generally speaking, negotiations is not great to be the first one putting a number out there. In general, I know it can be very confrontational, it can be very unnerving for someone, especially if you're not used to it. But my suggestion is also to not undervalue yourself. Come prepared, see what kind of position you're applying for, what do those jobs go for, given the level of experience that you have, given the technical skill required for the job. Do some research online, figure out what's the salary range that is given for the given position, and trying to figure out what is the number, the bottom number that you would be willing to accept. And then make your offer like a little bit higher than the minimum that you would accept, because it's likely that will counteract with something else. Some companies will just accept the first offer you make because they really want you, but you cannot bank on that. So my suggestion is to see their number, then raise it with a number of your own, and quite often people will accommodate or counteract with a little bit less. As long as you end up being at a price point like higher, a salary point that is higher than the minimum they were willing to accept, then it will be okay. It's important to negotiate and advocate for yourself. It's important to be self-confident. It's important to not undervalue yourself. Just because you're inexperienced or new, it doesn't mean that you should be underpaid. So don't accept offers that are offensive in terms of what they're giving you for your skill set. I want to wish you the best of luck with your job search, and I hope that you'll manage to get a first job with the company and then eventually have a great career in tech. I just want to tell you that I know you might doubt yourself, but it's most likely the case that you do belong in tech. and you have all the skills and tools required to achieve greatness in tech. Feel free to get in touch with me if you want. I'm on LinkedIn as Antonio Cangiano, and I look forward to seeing you do great things in your career. Best of luck.